The case of Elizabeth Johnson. Elizabeth Johnson was 23 years old, and her husband was 25. They lived in Tempe, Arizona, USA. Although on the surface they appear to be a happy couple, their reality is much different. Elizabeth's life has been through many hardships, which have negatively impacted her relationships. Her parents were addicted to illegal substances and barely cared for her, forcing her to grow up in poverty. Fortunately, her time in this dreadful environment was short-lived. Her mother passed away when she was still young, drowning after losing consciousness from an overdose of illegal drugs. At that time, her father was also in a state of madness and could not help her. A few years later, her father died from liver disease, which was also linked to his addictions. After these incidents, Elizabeth was sent to an orphanage. Several families adopted her, but then they returned her to the orphanage. These childhood damage caused Elizabeth much suffering. She had behavioral problems and was often labeled a problem child. Now she's faced with adult problems that she doesn't know how to handle. Those who knew her well said she was immature for her age, and she lived in constant fear of abandonment. This fear made her intensely jealous of her boyfriend, Logan. Elizabeth had difficulty controlling her emotions, leading to severe psychological stress. This often resulted in conflicts with her lover, Logan. During these conflicts, she frequently lost control and sometimes physically attacked him. Her immaturity made her unable to understand her own actions. Despite this, Logan loved her, and they got married after dating for a few months. He hopes that marriage will help she change. Unfortunately, her fear grew and her tantrums became very disturbing. For example, during a picnic, they had a fight, and Logan narrowly avoided falling into the fire. He only suffered minor burns. However, when she wasn't aggressive, they seemed like a great couple. Treat each other well and have the ability to become an ideal family. Logan was already suspicious of Elizabeth's change, but he continued to hope for the best. Sometime after the marriage, they discover that Elizabeth is pregnant, which was a big surprise for them. They feel unprepared to become parents. Initially, they had planned to establish themselves before having children, so Elizabeth decided she did not want to become a mother. However, she later changed her mind and chose to continue with the pregnancy. Their son, Gabriel, was born on May 3, 2009. Unfortunately, this did nothing to make Elizabeth more mature. She still behaved like a child. According to those around her, her anger outbursts became unpredictable. During these times, she would latch on to minor issues to provoke conflicts. Gabriel is quite difficult, and she has to try very hard to control him. The boy always wanted to be comforted, and whenever Elizabeth left him alone, he would start crying. His cries irritated her, causing her to lose her temper and yell. It was a chaotic situation, and Logan trying to stay calm for the sake of the child. During that period, Logan worked hard to support his young family, which often kept him away from home. At home, he always tries to help his wife and take care of the children. He wanted to be close to his son, but Elizabeth's temperament made things difficult. Not only was she as volatile as before, but baby constant crying and irritability made her ready to lash out at Logan over minor issues. Her jealousy increased. She becomes more suspicious of Logan's interactions with other women. Her fear of being abandoned turned into panic, haunting her. Everything is getting worse and worse. Elizabeth accused Logan of loving their son, Gabriel, too much. She even grew jealous of the child, convinced that Logan loved her less since his birth. During her angry outbursts, her behavior became more extreme. She started smashing things, including household appliances and dishes. On one occasion, she even took a kitchen knife and cut up the sofa and her son's bed. Logan finds it very difficult living in such an environment. During these episodes, he feared for his life and the safety of the son. He wanted to be close to his child, but he didn't want to continue to endure Elizabeth's anger. Finally, he ran out of patience, especially when Elizabeth didn't change. After a few months of living like this, Logan announced that he wanted a divorce and moved out with his son, Gabriel. Elizabeth's childhood fears and traumas return, but she never takes responsibility for what happened. Instead, she blamed her husband, Logan, calling him narrow-minded. Worst of all, she began to threaten to give Gabriel up for adoption. Logan assured her that he could take care of the baby himself, making such an action unnecessary. Unfortunately, Elizabeth saw this as a new way to manipulate the situation and frequently used this threat against Logan. When Logan consulted a lawyer, he learned that by law, Elizabeth could not arbitrarily let someone else adopt their son, Gabriel. If the child's biological father disagreed, they would need to settle custody arrangements in court. Elizabeth could have given full custody to he, but she didn't want to. She just wanted to control him longer and get revenge. Eventually, they divorced, and they were granted joint custody. However, her erratic behavior made he feel it was unsafe for their son, Gabriel, to stay with her, so he sought full custody. This process took time. Meanwhile, the boy lived with his father, and his mother visited him according to their agreement. Over time, Elizabeth seemed to become less anxious and calmer. What happened at Elizabeth's house when Logan wasn't there was unclear. The situation might have been worsening. As Christmas approached, Logan planned to spend the holiday with his family. He had a grand vacation in mind. They would meet Santa Claus and give Gabriel his first Christmas presents. But this plan was not to be. On December 18, 2009, Logan was supposed to pick up Gabriel from Elizabeth's house around 4 p.m. However, when he arrived, no one opened the door and the car was not in the driveway. This was strange, because they had planned that he would visit and he will take Gabriel away. Then, he continued to knock. By this point, they had a well-established custody arrangement for the child. Everyone was accustomed to it, so Elizabeth's actions seemed unusual. She couldn't just take Gabriel and go wherever she pleased. Logan looked through the bedroom window and saw furniture boxes scattered and emptied on the floor. He thinks she's gone crazy again. She must have packed her things and taken Gabriel away to an unknown location, so he became very worried and immediately contacted the police. Unfortunately, by law, nothing could be done because Elizabeth was Gabriel's biological mother. She was the child's legal guardian. The authorities ignored Logan's worries. Although this made he feel discomfort, he was forced to go home. For the following days, nobody managed to reach Elizabeth. She remained silent. No one understood what had happened, making the situation more complicated. Only Logan and his family were interested in the search. The police ignored his warnings that Elizabeth could be a danger to Gabriel. He had no choice but to do everything to contact she. Unexpectedly, on December 27th, he received a message from an unknown number, but it was clear it was from Elizabeth. She wrote that he would never find his beloved son, Gabriel. She was leaving the country, and when she arrived, she would send him the exact address where he could find Gabriel's body. She also added that, earlier, she had strangled her son, Gabriel. After hearing these words, Logan could barely stand, but he immediately called the unknown number. At first, Elizabeth ignored those calls, but finally answered on the 6th attempt. Logan insisted that she was lying and that Gabriel was fine. However, Elizabeth claimed to have strangled the baby and put it in a trash bag with diapers and then threw it into a dumpster. She said it was revenge for his countless betrayals. After this, Logan contacted the police, but to his surprise, he was again told that they could do nothing. The police did not take what Elizabeth said seriously. The next day, the police got involved, because Elizabeth will have to attend the final trial for custody of Gabriel, but she did not appear in court as expected. So they started looking for her. They quickly determined she had gone to San Antonio, Texas. Shortly after moving there, she sought employment and attended a nightclub casting to become a dancer. Other dancers remembered her well and identified her from photographs. She was seen attending the casting alone, without Gabriel. However, after that, she did not appear. From the first time we met, everyone realized that she had a very bad personality. Detectives found that Elizabeth had tried to get jobs at 2 nightclubs at the same time. However, then, her actions became puzzling, because she didn't start working at either place. Investigators tried to determine the last time she was with Gabriel before she called Logan to report the murder. From trip records, they learned that on December 27th, she bought a bus ticket traveling between states. Gabriel did not accompany her on this trip from San Antonio to Florida. The investigation brought them to Miami on December 29th, where Elizabeth was arrested at a motel. Investigators questioned her about Gabriel's whereabouts and interrogated her about messages and a call to Logan. She denied the accusations, claiming she only wanted to annoy and get back at he. She mentioned she was heading to San Antonio to meet a couple interested in adoption. This was actually about illegally handing over a child to strangers. She claimed that she spent 3 days with they to ensure they were suitable and capable of caring for Gabriel. On the 3rd day, they met at a park. She gave Gabriel to they and left to begin a new life. She couldn't recall their names or contact details. But after some thought, she mentioned that the woman might be named Cheryl. It all sounds unreasonable, and the most confusing thing is that Elizabeth decided to leave Gabriel with a stranger, while Logan wanted to take care of the boy himself. Why is it necessary to separate the child from the father and find another family to raise the boy? That is illegal. Elizabeth had no answers to these questions. Law enforcement officers searched the San Antonio landfill using specially trained dogs, as there was a chance that the tip given to Logan was true. However, Gabriel's body was not found there. Then, authorities focused their attention on a family suspected of illegally adopting Gabriel. For Logan, this lead was his last hope of finding his son alive. Logan recalled a similar incident 6 months earlier. On that occasion, she went to the airport with Gabriel, seemingly planning to start a new life. Luckily, she didn't make it to the plane and was arrested by the police for trying to kidnap Gabriel. Elizabeth recounted that she cried a lot at the airport. And then, she met a 40-year-old woman named Tammy Smith. Seeing her hugging Gabriel and crying, Tammy decided to comfort her by expressing sympathy. She confided in Tammy that she felt incapable of being a good mother to her baby. Tammy then asked if she was considering giving her baby up for adoption. At first, she insisted that she wouldn't do it. Despite this, she and Tammy became friends after their encounter. They shared many similarities, particularly a difficult past. Tammy had worked as a dancer in a strip club and had been married to 2 men simultaneously at one point. She had a deep fear of being alone, which negatively impacted her life and relationships. She had been married 5 times and had 3 children with different men. All her children lived with their biological fathers, and she had lost parental rights. Unexpectedly, after 2001, changes occurred in Tammy's life. She decides that she really wants to raise her child and get her child back. There was no longer an opportunity to give birth again. So she turned to the services of the black market. During the investigation, it was established that Tammy adopted 2 children and was constantly looking for young mothers with problems so that she could adopt more children. She used social networks to persuade young women to give up their children and even approached pregnant women on the street, asking if they were planning to give up the child. After talking with Tammy, Elizabeth decided to give Gabriel up for adoption. Tammy became Gabriel's mother. When Logan learned of this, he immediately reported it to the police. Gabriel was taken from the Tammy home and returned to live with his father Logan. Temi claimed that she did not know about the falsification of the adoption documents. Logan attempted to obtain custody to prevent Elizabeth from being able to see Gabriel again. However, the process dragged on for 6 months, which ultimately led to Gabriel's disappearance. After being arrested, Elizabeth launched a public relations campaign to support herself while awaiting trial. She frequently communicated with the media, gave interviews, and blamed Logan for the incident. She argues that if he agrees to let Temi adopt Gabriel, none of this would have happened. Logan was shocked by her actions, which he perceived as driven by revenge. During the custody trial, he repeatedly sought sole custody, as he was the primary caregiver. Elizabeth wasn't interested in the boy and just wanted to get rid of him. Despite this, the court awarded joint custody. He tried to challenge this decision, but the court did not agree. After several months, Elizabeth faced multiple charges, including forging Logan's signature on adoption documents. However, the court considered this a minor crime, so it only imposed a 30-day prison sentence for signature forgery. During this time, the custody trial concluded. He was given full custody of Gabriel, but he still has no idea where the boy is. Investigators found no evidence of a crime, such as blood stains on the car, and did not find Gabriel's body. So they began to suspect that there might be a black market in child trafficking involved. This theory seemed plausible, since San Antonio is statistically a hub for black markets. Elizabeth had been in the city for some time, so it is likely that she had contact with organizations involved in child trafficking. During this time, she lived in a motel with her child, Gabriel, but later moved out without him. This is a common tactic used by these organizations, which often conduct exchanges in inexpensive motels to avoid drawing attention. Suspicion was heightened by the fact that Elizabeth had no relatives or acquaintances in San Antonio, suggesting her choice of location was deliberate. These factors all corroborate the initial story the detective shared after her arrest, suggesting that Gabriel may have been with strangers. The biggest challenge was keeping track of the child, which was almost impossible, as he was so young. There were several indirect signs. After arriving in San Antonio, Elizabeth posted on social media that if you want to do something, you will find a way to do it. In another post, she mentioned starting a new life. Later, she shared a photo showing 2 diamond rings. Logan knew she couldn't afford such expensive jewelry, valued at over $20,000. Elizabeth claimed they were gifts from admirers, but this seemed unlikely. This new information supports the theory that she sold Gabriel illegally, as payments for such transactions are not typically made in cash. During the investigation, the detectives contacted a young woman who had worked part-time as a nanny for Elizabeth when she first arrived in San Antonio with Gabriel. The girl was hired through an ad and looked after Gabriel for a day. She was shocked by how indifferent Elizabeth was to her son. Elizabeth didn't care if he was tired, needed sleep, or was hungry. The only thing Elizabeth requested was to give the boy medicine regularly to keep him quiet. Elizabeth simply wanted him to remain silent. The type of medication was unknown, but it was likely a sedative. Elizabeth spent 3 years in prison before her trial began. Initially, she was charged with kidnapping, but this charge was dropped. At that time, the law allowed a mother with joint custody to move across the country with her child, so it wasn't illegal. She was later charged with endangering Gabriel's life. The trial lasted 2 days, after which the jury found Elizabeth guilty. She was sentenced to 5 years and 3 months in prison. This decision angered many people. Logan was shocked when his 7-month-old son, Gabriel, goes missing, but Elizabeth is given only a light sentence. The prosecutor's office said they had no evidence to prove Elizabeth harmed or killed Gabriel, so no other charges could be brought against Elizabeth. Elizabeth denied the story she told Logan over the phone after Gabriel's disappearance. She continued to deny murdering her son, claiming instead that she gave the child to a couple. She explained that the message and call were meant to anger Logan, and she lied about the boy's body being in the dump. Detectives repeatedly questioned her in prison, trying to get information about Gabriel. Throughout this time, she never cooperated with the investigation, nor did she share anything with Logan or her lawyer. Elizabeth insisted that she knew nothing about Gabriel's condition. She also has no interest in knowing what happened to her son or where he is now. Logan was convinced that the child had been dead for a long time, believing she had indeed disposed of him at the dump, as she mentioned in the message. A recording of a phone conversation between Elizabeth and her old friend Temmie surfaced. Elizabeth was aware that all prison calls were recorded, so she deliberately lied to distract the detectives. During the call, she praised the detectives for their work, but then expressed outrage. Then, she confesses that Temmie ruined her life. Temmie got her involved in illegal activities. Temmie's reaction seemed genuine, as she denied all of Elizabeth's accusations. The two women ended up blaming each other for their problems, which ultimately ended their friendship. It remains unclear who was lying during the call. In 2014, Elizabeth was released from prison and placed on probation for 3 years. However, she repeatedly violated the terms. Just a month later, she moved to New Mexico, which was a serious violation since she was required to regularly report to her probation officer. As a result, Elizabeth was arrested and extradited back. She was briefly imprisoned again. Meanwhile, the search for Gabriel continued, without success. Police occasionally receive new leads, but all lead to dead ends, including DNA analysis, reviewing CCTV footage, tracking geolocation, and searching databases. No matter how hard they tried, the boy was never found. After serving her prison sentence, Elizabeth was released. She changed her name several times to start anew and eventually got married, settling in New Mexico. In May 2021, she became pregnant again. This caused controversy. Many criticized Elizabeth, believing she shouldn't become a mother again, fearing she might abandon or harm the child. When speaking to reporters, Elizabeth continued to deny all allegations. In an interview, she claimed that her worst punishment wasn't prison but living without knowing Gabriel's fate. She insisted she had changed and regretted giving her child away, but few believed her. Gabriel's father, Logan, has devoted a great deal of time, effort, and resources to searching for his son. Years later, he had a new family, but he still hoped to find his first child. Although Logan tried his best, but the fate of Gabriel remains a mystery known only to Elizabeth. Logan continues to hope that Elizabeth will eventually reveal the truth so he can find his son. The case of Terry McAdams. The main character in today's story is Terry McAdams, a vibrant and active 22-year-old from Arlington, Texas. Since her teenage years, she enjoyed driving around the neighborhoods in her convertible. She often spent time in the city with friends, listening to music. Terry was a bright and popular cheerleader who always drew attention but remained modest and well-mannered. She deeply loved her sisters, Popper and Pamela, and shared a close bond with all her relatives. Terry acted as a mentor for her sisters, bridging the gap between them and their mother. She enjoyed dancing with them and even taught them how to drive. Everyone who knew Terry described her as a person who loved life. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in the University of Arkansas. Before completing her degree, she decided to move to Arlington to be with her fiancée, Karen Anderson, who was a few years older and had already graduated. After graduation, she planned to start a career and marry Karen, who proposed to her. Since 1984, local newspapers have been reporting on the murders in the Fort Worth area. During this time, Terry was studying at university and took the threat very seriously. She was genuinely afraid for her life, a concern she shared frequently with Karen and family. To protect herself, Terry made several significant changes. She quit her well-paying job in Irving, where she had to drive every day and return home in the dark. Understanding the potential danger, she decided it wasn't worth the risk of driving at night. Despite being young and energetic, Terry began to live a very cautious lifestyle. She stopped going out at night, avoided parties, and only left her home during the day when accompanied by Karen. She even felt anxious about going grocery shopping and often called her mother multiple times a day to express her fears. Terry was genuinely worried about the situation, especially since the authorities had not yet identified the criminal, leaving the streets of Arlington feeling unsafe. Around the same time, Texas police bodies formed a task force consisting of experienced experts to look into a series of violent crimes and prevent further massacres. They believed that a serial killer, or potentially multiple terrorists, were active in the area. Terry felt particularly anxious because she fit the profile of the victims. They were all attractive, around her age, and lived nearby. It was difficult for her to cope, but Karen provided strong support. She admitted to her mother and sisters that being alone was the most frightening part. To help her feel safer, Karen decided to leave his job and accept a new high-paying position closer to home, though it occasionally required business trips to nearby cities. During her moments of panic, she limited her outings and rushed home after school. For any important tasks, she aimed to handle them early in the morning and always sought someone to accompany her. On the morning of February 13, 1985, the local police station received a disturbing call. An employee responsible for technical maintenance at the residential complex where Terry lived reported that he was unable to gain access to the apartment. When the police arrived, no one answered the door, and they were unable to reach the Terry's relatives. As a result, they decided to speak with local residents. Neighbors confirmed the repairman's account. They also could not contact Terry but reported hearing suspicious noises coming from her apartment. The police then decided to break down the door to enter her apartment. Inside, they discovered a gruesome scene. Terry's body was found in the bedroom on the bed. Terry had been raped and brutally beaten with a blunt object. Based on the condition of her body and the blood evidence, it seemed the crime took place at night or early in the morning before the police were called. Forensic experts quickly arrived at the scene to begin their investigation. It was clear that there had been a struggle and Terry had fought back. They found numerous defensive wounds on her arms and upper body, and her face was severely disfigured from a prolonged beating. There were signs of strangulation on her neck, but the forensic expert believes the attacker did not kill her that way. Instead, she died from a severe head injury. She also suffered brutal rape, but it is unclear whether this occurred before or after her murder. DNA traces were found on her bed linen and underwear, but at that time, it was not possible to identify the owner. The analysis methods were still developing and could not be used in the investigation. Additionally, there were no surveillance cameras or geolocation tracking available. The situation became more complicated when local people learned about the tragedy and needed psychological support. The robbery theory was quickly dismissed as many valuables were still intact in the apartment, including conspicuous items. It was clear that robbery was not the motive. The police began interviewing Terry's friends and relatives, looking for people who might have had personal motives such as jealousy, hatred, or revenge. However, Terry McAdams was known to be very kind, friendly, and non-confrontational, and none of her relatives could think of anyone who would want to harm her. Police searched the crime scene but did not find the murder weapon, which forensic experts believe was a hammer or a similar metal tool. They did discover a cigarette butt in the apartment, indicating it likely belonged to the killer. Unfortunately, the technology available at the time was insufficient to extract DNA from the cigarette, and the saliva remnants were too small to analyze. The only useful information obtained was the brand of cigarettes the killer used. One theory being considered is that a serial killer may be responsible for the crimes. Police have looked into Terry's murder and other cases in the nearby area and believe the suspect may not have known the victims, and the attacks appear to have occurred spontaneously. The attacker aimed to avoid detection and leave no evidence behind. So he chose to enter through the back sliding balcony door instead of the main entrance. There were no clear signs of a break-in on the outer window frame. It is probable that he used a tree, growing a few meters away from the apartment building's wall, to reach the balcony. Unfortunately, aside from these basic observations, police were unable to gather any useful information. Police spoke with the family of the Terry, particularly her mother and sisters, who had the closest bond with her. They were all understandably shocked by the tragedy. Terry, known for her cheerful demeanor, seemed incapable of having enemies, especially ones who would wish to harm her so cruelly. Disturbingly, it appeared that Terry had a sense of impending danger. She was afraid to leave her home, fearing she could become a victim. Tragically, she was killed in her own apartment. As news of the attack spread throughout the city, the local community began to believe that there was a killer on the loose, capable of breaking into any apartment. They suspected that he might have targeted attractive women, stalked them, and attacked them. Ultimately, the community felt that no one was safe, especially young women who might be the next targets. Residents decided to take matters into their own hands. Over the next few months, gun and ammunition sales skyrocketed as more people began arming themselves. Meanwhile, public pressure began to mount on the police for answers. The county sheriff appeared on a local television station, asking anyone with information about the crime to come forward. After Terry's murder was reported on the local news, police received numerous calls, but the information did not help the investigation. Initially, Terry's fiancée Karen was considered the prime suspect, but he was away on business at the time and had an alibi. The police tried to include him in the murder profile to close the case and appease public concern, but this was not possible. Terry's friends could not believe that he could commit such a crime. After his alibi of being away on business was confirmed, he was removed from the suspect list. Police spoke with Terry's relatives to reconstruct a timeline of events that took place on February 12th. Terry arrived at school around 4 p.m. After leaving the university, she got into her car and drove home. Once home, she changed clothes and went shopping, again alone. Although she usually liked to invite her friends along, they were all busy that day. First, she went to the nearest grocery store to buy ingredients for a cake she planned to make for Karen to celebrate Valentine's Day. He was scheduled to return from a business trip the next morning. Store employees confirmed that they saw Terry at the checkout and even provided a receipt for her purchase. The receipt confirmed that she had purchased ingredients for baking. They determined that she left the store at around 6:30 p.m. Police questioned anyone who may have seen her at the time, looking for any suspicious behavior, such as someone following her. However, no one reported anything unusual. It appeared to be a routine shopping trip. Terry paid for her items and walked out. Terry went home and decided not to go out again, as she had scheduled a visit from a repairman the next morning to fix some wiring issues. That evening, none of the neighbors were home, and those who did hear strange noises were unable to fully grasp the seriousness of the situation. The sounds faded relatively quickly, leading people to calm down. Typically, police would look for the killer among the victim's close acquaintances. However, this time it wasn't the case. A few months ago, Terry was preparing for her wedding. Karen had given her a $5,000 engagement ring, but the police were unable to find the ring during their investigation. Initially, it was thought that the ring's disappearance could be a robbery gone wrong. However, further investigation revealed that this theory was unlikely, as nothing else was missing. Given its value, a campaign was launched to find the ring. Approximately 250 flyers with a picture of the ring were distributed to local pawn shops, including those in Fort Worth and Dallas, informing them of the missing jewelry. Despite this effort, no one reported the ring to the police. The police followed up on all potential leads, but none of them came to fruition. All of the suspects questioned provided alibis. The police focused on people with a history of violence who lived in the area. However, the investigation began to stall. Terry's relatives made efforts to promote the case. They regularly reached out to the public through various media channels. They appeared on TV and radio and distributed many flyers, but their efforts yielded no results. Eventually, the murder of Terry McAdams became an unsolved case that was filed in the archives. The Terry's family continued to seek justice, but the police lacked the necessary resources and evidence to advance the investigation. The case went cold for 36 years until 2021, when a team of experienced police and forensic experts was assembled to revisit forgotten cases, utilizing new technologies. Among these cases is that of Terry McAdams. Police used advanced DNA testing methods, allowing them to re-examine old evidence. Biological material from the perpetrator was found on Terry's underwear and bed sheets. She fought back during the attack, leaving traces of the perpetrator's skin under her fingernails. A cigarette was taken from the archives and sent for testing because the killer's saliva might be on it. This thorough analysis helped create a profile of a likely suspect. However, when this profile was checked against the database of known offenders, there were no matches. Terry's family hoped to find the killer who had been on the run for decades. Unfortunately, despite their hopes, the case remained unsolved for many more years. Fortunately, the investigation continued and eventually decided to use a new method, genetic genealogy technology, which required the assistance of the FBI. In August 2023, after exploring all possible options, the police department reached out to the Federal Bureau of Investigations in Dallas for help with the Terry McAdams case. They planned to analyze the DNA samples collected from the crime scene and the victim's body. This genetic testing aimed to create a family tree of the suspect, allowing the investigation to extend beyond the existing database, which only included known offenders. By using genealogical research, police could significantly increase the chances of identifying the suspect's relatives, particularly close ones. This method is considered very effective. At the time this study was conducted, the database had grown to the point where the probability of finding a match was close to 100%. The investigation was successful in identifying a man named Bernard Sharp, an American who had a notable history with the police in the 1980s. At the time of the crime, Bernard was 30 years old and married. He was also a neighbor of Terry, and Karen had a close relationship with him. During the investigation following the arrest, Bernard contacted the police and supported the victim's family. He provided an alibi that the police initially found suspicious, however. His wife later confirmed his alibi, leading to him being cleared of suspicion. Ultimately, all suspicions against him were cleared and the investigation continued without results. On the evening of November 3, 1985, a man called the police, claiming to be Bernard's wife's brother. He reported that he had been shot and needed assistance. After investigating, the police discovered that an armed criminal had attacked him, his sister, and her friend at their home. When the police arrived at the scene, it appeared to be a horrific massacre. He recounted that when he returned home with his sister and her friend, he found Bernard waiting for them with a gun. Bernard opened fire, killing the two women on the spot and wounding Bernard's wife's brother. Bernard's wife's brother was injured in the shooting but escaped to a neighbor's house. His injuries were not life-threatening. Bernard may not have expected his wife's brother to be there, and the shooting may have been premeditated. When Bernard realized his plan had failed, he began shooting at people. In addition to the two dead women, Bernard's wife's brother was also found wounded at the scene. Bernard was shot in the head and died from his injuries on November 3, 2008. Probably, the decision to voluntarily end his life was a factor in the tragic events that unfolded. It is now clear why the attacks on young girls in the city stopped after this tragedy. Bernard was a serial killer. During the investigation, no witnesses came forward to confirm his plans or his connection to the murders of Terry and the other girls. However, several close friends of Bernard's reported that he knew Terry's killer but did not name him. Several months after Terry's murder, Bernard was found dead after killing his wife and her friend, and seriously injuring his wife's brother. Police were unable to locate his body for an autopsy, so they had to take other measures to determine his connection to the murder of Terry McAdams. Police traveled out of state to meet with one of Bernard's registered relatives. Although the man did not want his name linked to the crime, he eventually agreed to provide a DNA sample. Forensic genealogy helped confirm Bernard's guilt. At the time of Bernard's death, police were unable to compare his DNA with the DNA found at the crime scene. They were unable to establish a connection between his previous attacks. Before killing his relatives, Bernard had only used violence and had not used a gun. Furthermore, Bernard's fingerprints were not in the police database, meaning that no matches could be found. Given the nature of the attacks, police suspect he may have been involved in other crimes in his neighborhood. He appears to fit the profile of a serial rapist and murderer. Bernard's criminal record has been turned over to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, an agency known for its crime-solving abilities. However, there has been no confirmed evidence of his involvement in any other cases. For Terry's family, identifying the killer brought them relief. After 39 years, the case was finally closed. This breakthrough was made possible by new technology. Terry's sisters appeared on a local television channel and shared their feelings about the case being solved through several interviews. After nearly 40 years, they say it would have been better to see justice in person. However, they take comfort in knowing that this dangerous criminal stopped his criminal ways long ago and cannot harm anyone again. If he had not stopped, many more innocent women could have been victimized by him over the years. The case of Ashley Scott. Ashley, born on November 4, 1978, in Bossier City, Louisiana, is a kind-hearted individual. Her parents divorced while she was still in her mother's womb. However, her mother, Donna, later married Jimmy, who adopted she and loved her greatly. Jimmy had a biological daughter named Kia from a previous relationship. Unfortunately, Jimmy and Donna's marriage ended in divorce a few years later, primarily because Donna chose to leave. Ashley decided to stay with her father, Donna, but she continued to maintain a relationship with her mother. Even though Ashley's parents are divorced, she enjoyed a happy childhood. She was known for her kindness and obedience, and those around her recognized her beauty and potential. In 1996, she graduated from high school and went on to attend UAA Baptist University in Arkansas. There, she met her first love, Jeffrey Scott, who had also enrolled at the same university. Jeffrey was captivated by her beauty and warm smile, and soon they began dating. They are a beautiful couple, often holding hands and enjoying time together. Ashley's friends admired her and believed she had found a wonderful partner, as she often shared stories about how sweet and kind Jeffrey was and how fortunate she felt to be with him. In 2000, Ashley received the college degree she had always dreamed of. She pursued her dream of becoming a teacher and dedicated her life to education. However, her wedding to Jeffrey on June 9, 2001, was marred by some hidden problems. Although it appeared to be a joyous occasion on the surface, but some disturbing aspects of Jeffrey were apparent to everyone, and Ashley knew about them but chose to ignore them. A year prior to the wedding, Ashley had written to her sister, stating that she could no longer maintain communication with the family and requested they respect her choice. As a result, her family was not invited to the wedding. Ashley's friends were surprised to see that most of the guests were from Jeffrey's family, even though Ashley's family is very close and large. Initially puzzled, they later understood the situation. Her family disapproved of Jeffrey, and he made no effort to win them over. Underneath his friendly exterior, he often speaks ill of her family and acts inappropriately. Jeffrey offended those close to Ashley and believed he had every right to do so. What was most surprising was Ashley's reaction. It seemed like she was making excuses for his behavior. At the wedding, Jeffrey insulted some of her friends again and acted arrogantly. After they moved to Cordova, a suburb of Memphis, Tennessee, Ashley's relationships with many people began to deteriorate. The darker side of Jeffrey started to show. After the move, he began working as a computer systems technician at his father's company, while Ashley became an English teacher at a middle school. Everyone praised her. She was seen as beautiful, cheerful, intelligent, and sociable. She loved her job and her students. Paul Dealey, a colleague, later described her as an experienced teacher. He mentioned in court that she was the main reason he looked forward to going to English class each day. He admits that school was the only place she felt safe and loved. It was where she could escape from Jeffrey. As time went on, the relationship between Ashley and Jeffrey worsened, and her connection with her family nearly fell apart. She refused to discuss it, claiming it was her personal choice. These were certainly influenced by her husband Jeffrey, who was a master manipulator. In the early years of their marriage, he completely controlled her and isolated her. His constant criticism, even on trivial matters, hurt her self-esteem. He tried to control she in every way possible. During this time, she only communicated with a few people, including her childhood friend, Lori. They had been friends since 5th grade and remained in touch into adulthood. In September 2006, Ashley attended a school reunion that she was excited about. While the others at the event didn't notice anything unusual about her, Lori was worried throughout the evening. Jeffrey kept calling Ashley, making it impossible for her to relax and enjoy the class reunion. He questioned her about who she was talking to, what she was wearing, what she was eating and drinking, and what conversations she was having. Essentially, he tried to control every aspect of her life. That night, Ashley confided in Lori about the nightmare she was experiencing and expressed that she couldn't continue living like this. She revealed that she was thinking about divorce and had even reached out to an attorney. Ashley also admitted that she knew about Jeffrey's affairs, including an affair with a colleague named Blair Brown, someone she used to be very close to. Over time, she had forgiven Blair, who had contacted her to reveal Jeffrey's true nature and how dangerous he could be. This class reunion became the last social event Ashley attended. After that, she was isolated for several weeks, and new bruises began to appear on her body. On November 23, 2006, at 3:46 p.m., a call was made to emergency services in Memphis, Tennessee. When 911 dispatcher answered, they were surprised by the calmness of the caller, Jeffrey Scott. He reported that his wife had passed out at 11:00 a.m., but a voice in the background said she might be dead. The dispatcher asked for clarification, and he stated that his wife had been breathing moments before, but now appeared to be dead. What was remarkable about the call was that Jeffrey did not appear distressed, his voice remaining calm throughout the conversation. Recognizing the possibility of a crime, the dispatcher immediately alerted the leadership, and police were dispatched to the scene. Within minutes of receiving a call, police arrived at the given address. Upon arrival, they were greeted by their host, Jeffrey. He then showed them to his wife's bedroom, Ashley. Inside, they found a man, Robert McGee, a friend of Jeffrey's, was performing CPR on Ashley. Dr. Robert informed the police that she was still alive, but her health condition was critical, with her pulse and blood pressure being very low. Upon closer inspection, medical responders found evidence of severe trauma. Ashley had suffered a head injury, likely caused by a blunt object. Her condition was dire. Her pupils were dilated and unresponsive to light. She also had bleeding from her mouth and nose, and many bruises. Scratches appeared all over her body, especially on her legs, chest, and back. The medical team attempted emergency resuscitation. They inserted a breathing tube, used a defibrillator, and administered medication to stimulate her heart. Unfortunately, all of these methods failed. Jeffrey was in critical condition and close to death. She was eventually taken to the hospital, and a neurosurgeon was called in to assess her condition. The neurosurgeon's assessment confirmed the medical team's initial diagnosis. Ashley's brain was no longer functioning due to severe damage. Doctors therefore decided to stop treatment to end her pain and disconnected her life support. She passed away shortly after. There was no doubt that Ashley had been brutally murdered. Her right ear was green, a sign often seen in people who were repeatedly hit in the same spot. A man's shoe print on her back suggested that someone had stamped or even jumped on her. Furthermore, her body showed multiple bruises at different stages of healing, indicating that she had suffered repeated abuse. Meanwhile, police were questioning two individuals, Dr. Robert and Jeffrey. Robert cooperated with the investigation, sharing what information he knew about the incident. He revealed that he had received a call from his friend Jeffrey at 2:30 p.m. He and Jeffrey had been friends since college and kept in touch occasionally. Jeffrey explained to he that Jeffrey and his wife had been drinking the night before, and afterward, she hadn't been feeling well. When she didn't wake up the next day, Jeffrey sought his help, although busy at the time, but he went to their house where he found Jeffrey next to Ashley, who showed no signs of life. Robert suspected that Jeffrey and Ashley had an argument and that something unfortunate had happened, which they wanted to keep quiet. That was why they contacted him. He was aware that they was facing difficulties and each reacted differently. Ashley had turned to alcohol as a means of relieving stress, while Jeffrey became angry and often lost control, hitting Ashley. When Robert examined Ashley, he realized that the situation was much more serious than he had initially thought. Unfortunately, Ashley had little chance of survival and required urgent medical attention immediately. So, he urged Jeffrey to call 911. Meanwhile, Robert analyzed the situation and thought that something much more serious had happened. He suspected that a crime had been planned. When speaking to the police, he admitted that he had deliberately kept Jeffrey at the scene to prevent him from escaping. Jeffrey remained completely emotionless throughout the entire ordeal. He appeared unconcerned about the fate of Ashley, the woman he once loved. When questioned by the police about what had happened, he explained that the previous night had ended in an argument. The reason for the fight was his discovery of the messages exchanged between his wife, Ashley, and another man, which led him to believe she was having an affair. Feeling betrayed, he admitted that he had beaten his wife once. Following the altercation, Ashley stumbled and fell due to her intoxication. According to Jeffrey, she faced severe alcoholism and often acted irrationally. He lost patience with her frequent tantrums. In a fit of anger, he asked her to leave the house. It was not uncommon for Ashley to sleep in the garage on such nights. The next morning, he found her still asleep in the garage and, feeling a pang of sympathy, carried her back into the house and laid her down on their bed. However, as the day went on, Ashley still hadn't woken up. Jeffrey realized something was wrong and attempted to revive her himself. He then called a friend named Robert, who was a doctor, to come to the house. However, the police did not believe his account. When they arrived, Ashley was covered in bruises from head to toe and had severe injuries to her face and head. Even if she had been drunk and fallen, she wouldn't have sustained such extensive injuries. It was evident that she had been assaulted. Jeffrey was arrested and charged with aggravated assault, and once the autopsy results were released, the charge was elevated to first-degree murder. The pathologist's report revealed that Ashley died from a subdural hematoma on the right side of her brain. Such injuries occur from a significant blow to the head, causing the brain to collide with the skull, which leads to severe bleeding and swelling that cuts off the oxygen supply. This process causes parts of the body to weaken, causing extreme pain. Tragically, she could have survived if help had arrived within the first few hours. Additionally, over 50 hematomas of varying colors and densities were found on her body, confirming that she had been repeatedly attacked. It's difficult to fathom the pain she experienced. The saddest thing is that the person who caused this pain was her husband, Jeffrey, the person who was supposed to protect her. After Jeffrey's arrest, detectives examined the crime scene and found signs of a struggle throughout the house. Items were scattered, furniture was turned over, and a broken vase was in the living room. On the kitchen table, near a laptop, are printed text messages between Ashley and her lover. These text messages support Jeffrey's testimony about the cause of the crime. In the garage, officers discovered bloodstains on the floor. Inside her car, they found women's clothing and personal items, including a handbag with her documents and passport. It seemed that she had been planning to escape, but did not succeed. Officers then interviewed family members and friends, uncovering unexpected details about their lives and the circumstances surrounding the incident. Unfortunately, Ashley is having a difficult time in her relationship with her husband, Jeffrey. From the very beginning, they believed that their relationship would turn out well. However, he quickly became abusive, making her life extremely miserable. Lori's testimony became very important to the investigation. Detectives were interested in what Ashley's family and friends had to say. Through their conversations, they gathered a lot of useful information. Lori also shared that just before Ashley's death, Jeffrey had called her multiple times to complain about his wife. He claimed that Ashley drank heavily, lost her balance, and frequently fell, which explained the bruises on her body. However, the next morning, Ashley would not remember these incidents and would blame Jeffrey instead. He believed that Ashley's increasing alcohol dependency was due to their mutual friend Blair, whom he accused of corrupting Ashley and turning her against him. Jeffrey also expressed that he no longer wanted children because he felt disgusted by Ashley after everything that had happened. He accused his wife of being unfaithful, lying, and struggling with alcoholism. However, Lori did not believe him and thought he was trying to excuse his own behavior. Eventually, Lori realized that Ashley was a victim of domestic violence and was in serious danger. After each of Jeffrey's calls, Lori would try to reach Ashley, but she never answered, which was unusual. The last time they met was shortly before the tragic incident. They went shopping together, but Ashley did not buy anything for herself and seemed sad and lost in thought. Lori attempted to discuss Ashley's marriage, but Ashley preferred not to ruin their time together and changed the subject. She just said she was ready for a divorce, but it made her very nervous. She knew Jeffrey very well and worried that she couldn't predict how he would react. The next testimony concerns Blair Brown, who is often mentioned when talking about Ashley's family. During her questioning, she admitted that she had been in a romantic relationship with Jeffrey in the past, which gave her insight into his uncontrollable fits of rage. It was noted that Blair and Ashley had rekindled their friendship about 6 months before the crime occurred. Blair felt sympathy for Ashley and offered her occasional support. She acknowledged that her relationship with Jeffrey was a mistake and apologized repeatedly for it. She and Ashley sometimes meet for drinks. Ashley often goes to her house to hide from Jeffrey. On one occasion, he found Ashley at her place and violently attacked Ashley's, hitting several times in the face and throwing Ashley's onto the street, showing no concern for she as a witness. Even though there have been such incidents, Ashley still justifies Jeffrey's actions. The trial of Jeffrey Scott started on January 13, 2009. The prosecution claimed that the crime was premeditated. Evidence showed that an argument between Jeffrey and his wife Ashley began in the living room, where a broken vase was discovered. The conflict becomes more serious as they move throughout the house, and Ashley endures violence in nearly every room. Bloodstains were found throughout the home. Ashley's divorce attorney testified for the prosecution, stating that she had met with Ashley the day before death. At that time, all the divorce paperwork was ready. Ashley only needed to pack her belongings and leave while Jeffrey was at work. The attorney advised Ashley to leave secretly, which explains the items and documents found in her car. However, Ashley chose not to follow this advice because she wanted to explain her decision to her husband, a choice that ultimately proved fatal. The attorney did everything she could to assist Ashley, even offering her services for a minimal fee. She said that Ashley had been drinking and quitting work to deal with her emotions related to her marriage. This shows that Ashley needs long-term support. To ensure Ashley's safety, they communicated in secret, as Jeffrey controlled all phone calls. They met in public places or used payphones for their conversations. Witnesses reported seeing scratches and bruises on Ashley, which she tried to hide with makeup. Some people knew the source of her injuries, but felt powerless to intervene. In their final report, medical examiners noted that Ashley had been frequently kicked. It appeared that Jeffrey had pushed her to the ground and stomped on her, leaving old bruises on her back and legs. The defense team for Jeffrey worked hard to have the charge reduced to a second-degree crime. The attorney tried to make Ashley look bad, portraying her as an alcoholic and emotionally unstable. Their strategy was to convince the jury that Jeffrey also had a difficult time in the marriage. They discredited she, who couldn't defend herself because she was deceased. It came to light that in 2005, Ashley had received a drunk driving fine. Meanwhile, Jeffrey said he wanted to save their marriage. He bought a new house and was ready to have children, while Ashley had and sent intimate pictures to your lover. Regarding the crime, Jeffrey said that he lost control, realized that all his efforts were in vain, and that Ashley had found someone else. He expressed his regret to his wife's family, saying that he regretted the pain he caused them. He mourned her loss and prayed for her soul. However, during the trial, it was mentioned that after his arrest, he did not inquire about his wife's well-being. Instead, he simply wanted to know the outcome of a recent football game. His attorney have adopted controversial tactics, even arguing that Ashley's injuries were largely caused by seizures brought on by alcohol withdrawal. To support this claim, an independent expert was brought in. In response, the assistant county medical examiner was called to testify. He reviewed evidence from the autopsy, describing Ashley's injuries in detail and stressing that her cause of death could not have been a fall. The prosecutor said that the defense's claim that the crime was committed accidentally was unreasonable. It was evident that Ashley wanted to escape from Jeffrey, her abuser, but out of love for her husband, wished to end things peacefully. Meanwhile, Jeffrey attacked her and hitting her repeatedly. He understood that he was causing great suffering to his wife. He ultimately finished the attack in the garage, where she lost consciousness. He saw how badly she was hurt, but chose to ignore it and failed to call for medical help right away. The prosecutor maintained that he intended to kill his wife. However, a new clue suddenly appears. Investigators discover that Ashley actually wants to save her marriage. Evidence showed she was taking medication to become pregnant and had supported buying a new home. She might have felt so trapped in the toxic relationship that she couldn't envision life without Jeffrey. Nevertheless, she eventually made the choice to leave. It's possible she hoped to leave without causing a rift, waiting for her husband to promise he would change and that everything would be okay. Victims of abuse often hold on to such unrealistic hopes. On January 19, 2009, Jeffrey Scott was found guilty of a second-degree crime. Even the judge disagreed with the jury's verdict. He criticized the jury for having voted 12 yes and 1 no on the original charge. One juror did not believe Jeffrey was guilty. Under state law, a unanimous verdict is necessary for a first-degree conviction. Ashley's family was also devastated. Jeffrey will serve 25 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Many feel this punishment is insufficient for someone who tortured a woman for years, isolating her from others, brainwashing her, and making her believe that she and her family were unworthy of being in his life. Ashley's father remarked that it was the worst thing that had ever happened to him, expressing his love for his daughter and stating that if she had died of natural causes, he could have eventually accepted it. However, he expressed his pain when he realized that his daughter had died a cruel death caused by Jeffrey, and that he would never accept it. The case of Sheila Vaughn Wees. Sheila Vaughn Wees was born into a loving and respectful family. However, as she grew older, she struggled to instill these values in her daughter, who became stubborn and disobedient, eventually leading to tragedy. On June 10, 1952, Neil Wees and Liz Lenore Allen welcomed their daughter, Sheila. Neil was a World War I veteran who had served in the United States Air Force, and Liz worked as an accountant. The couple had 3 children, Sheila, Bill, and Deborah, and they lived in Minneapolis. Sheila did very well in school and was an excellent student. She then went to Boston University, graduating with a master's degree in political science. After graduation, she worked at a publishing house, where she interacted with several famous people. One day, Sheila met James Mack, a well-known conductor, composer, producer, and arranger in the music industry. At that time, James had children from a previous marriage. But this did not stop him from starting a romantic relationship with Sheila. Their relationship quickly advanced, and they soon got married. After the wedding, the couple moved to a small town in the district of Foreign. There, they got involved in community activities and even organized performances in their backyard. In October 1995, her daughter Lois Heather Mack was born. At 43, Sheila was overjoyed to welcome a healthy baby girl. She and her husband, James, showered Lois with love and enrolled her in a top preschool and school. However, some relatives felt that Sheila spoiled her daughter. In 2001, Sheila and James planned a vacation and bought tickets for a Mediterranean cruise, they taking Lois along. Sadly, during the trip, James suffered a serious leg injury that was not properly treated, resulting in partial paralysis. The family later filed a lawsuit against the cruise company for damages, but the legal process took more than 9 years to resolve. On July 20, 2006, the family went on a trip to Athens, where James later died in their hotel room. His death was recorded on August 6, 2006. After his death, James Maxwell was revealed, stating that his daughter Lois, Heather, would inherit $1.5 million. The relationship between Sheila and Lois was strained. Lois often displayed disruptive behavior, throwing tantrums, and even attacking her mother. Since 2008, police reports have documented 35 incidents of domestic violence in Sheila's household. Additionally, Lois often ran away from home, prompting Sheila to file a missing persons report. Friends of Sheila's have reported that she sought help from various psychologists to deal with the situation. During this challenging period, Lois was a middle school student at Oak Park and River Forest School, where her talent for dancing started to show. She generally behaved well in school, but discussions about her relationship with her mother would often lead to her becoming upset. At that time, she was dating a boy named Tommy Schaefer, who was 2 years older than her. Tommy had a history of legal issues due to minor offenses. Tommy had many friends. He was especially close to his cousin Robert Bibbs. In 2011, Sheila's family's lawsuit after James injured his leg on a cruise was settled, resulting in a court judgment awarding her family $340,000 in damages. Since James had died, the money was supposed to go to Lois as stated in his will. However, for reasons that are unclear, the judge ordered the money to be sent to Sheila, which increased the conflict between Lois and Sheila. Her resentment towards her mother grew, and she made numerous threats against Sheila. By 2013, Sheila, concerned for her safety, hired a private investigator because Lois had begun to stalk her, closely monitoring her routes, schedules, and daily routines. There was animosity between them, which made their trip to the Greek coast seem unusual. However, nothing catastrophic happened during that time. In 2014, Tommy and Lois began seeing each other more frequently. Despite Sheila's objections, the situation escalated when Lois stole Sheila's bank card at a hotel party and spent over $1,000. Her mother threatened to report Lois to the police, blaming her for many problems, including the death of her father James. Tensions rose, leading Lois and Tommy to consider a drastic solution to their problems, as Sheila was seen as an obstacle to accessing the family's finances. Despite their strained relationship, Sheila and Lois traveled to Bali together in August 2014. The mother hopes that during her 10 days here, her daughter will reconsider her feelings and stop resenting her. They stayed at the St. Regis Hotel in Bali. On the day they arrived in Bali, Lois texted Tommy, confirming that everything was going according to plan. She then stole her mother's credit card again and bought a $12,000 ticket for Tommy. He arrived on the island just 12 hours later. Meanwhile, Lois was arguing with her mother at the hotel, this time about the news of her pregnancy. Tommy then went to the hotel where Sheila and Lois were staying and got involved in the fight. He hit Sheila in the face with a metal crowbar, killing her instantly. Tommy told his cousin Robert what had happened. Lois and Tommy then put Sheila's body in a suitcase and asked a porter to leave it in a hotel lobby while they called a taxi. The taxi arrived within 10 minutes and they quickly loaded the suitcase containing Sheila's body into the trunk to leave Bali as soon as possible. However, Sheila had previously warned the hotel staff not to accept any payments made with her card without her presence, knowing that Lois often stole her cards. As a result, Lois had no money and the couple were unable to pay for their hotel room. They fled without paying the bill, leaving their passports in the hotel safe. Without these documents, they cannot go to the airport. Lois and Tommy asked the taxi driver to stop at a budget hotel called Rita Valley, which they had just passed. They left their suitcases in the taxi and asked the driver to wait 10 to 15 minutes while they checked in. However, 2 hours had passed, and the driver became impatient and went into the hotel himself, but found their room empty. Lois and Tommy had checked in there but had quickly fled. Frustrated, the taxi driver returned to his car and noticed that the suitcase was leaking a red liquid. Suspecting foul play, he called the police. When the police arrived and opened the suitcase, they discovered Sheila's body inside. Forensic experts later concluded that she had died from facial fractures that had blocked her airway. In addition, her fingers were broken and her body was covered in bruises. The heartbreaking news of Sheila's death reached her family, prompting her sister, Deborah, to begin searching online for information about the case. All she found was a photograph of a suitcase. As details of the murder were reported in the media, public interest grew. Staff at the Rita Suitcase Hotel informed police that a young couple had checked in that night without luggage. When hotel staff asked them to provide their full names for internet use, they complied, knowing that this was required. The police were quick to obtain the couple's information. Police began to go to the room the couple was staying in. Hotel staff said the room had been searched and was empty. However, the couple had secretly returned to the room because they had nowhere else to go and were exhausted. They were sleeping when police found them. Lois and Tommy were taken to the police station for questioning. They gave conflicting stories about being attacked by a gang at the St. Regis Hotel and claimed that the robbers had killed Sheila. While the couple's testimony was inconsistent, the hotel staff and taxi driver remained consistent in their tests. As a result, Lois and Tommy were arrested for murder. Lois became angry, shouting that she was innocent and demanding a lawyer from the United States. The couple appeared on public television in Indonesia, with the report filmed from the police station. Tommy covered his face with a t-shirt, while Lois smiled and smoked a cigarette. They were then transferred to Lessenpar prison, which houses serious criminals and murderers. Sheila's body was returned home for burial. Her case attracted international attention. During the proceedings, Lois underwent several psychological evaluations, but the results were not considered in the verdict. As the investigation progressed, police discovered more details about the case and the media reported that Lois was pregnant. Then on March 17, 2015, a baby girl named Stella was born. The police allowed Lois to see her baby, but only within the confines of the prison. The baby was healthy, but had an extra finger on his left hand that required surgery to remove. At the hearing, Tommy cried as he claimed that he was defending himself against an aggressive Sheila. He said that she attacked him when she found out about Lois's pregnancy. He also said that Lois often expressed a desire to escape her difficult mother. Lois' testimony contradicted Tommy's. She said she never wanted her mother to die. During the violent fight, she even ran into the bathroom to save her mother. But her testimony was not believed. The judge was presented with evidence that showed Lois and Tommy's criminal intent. Lois had previously suggested that Tommy hire a hitman to kill Sheila and had prepared $40,000 for the purpose. Sheila's autopsy showed obvious injuries and bruises on her hands and face, indicating that Sheila had fought back in self-defense. As a result, Lois Heather Mack and Tommy Schaefer were convicted of premeditated murder. Under Indonesian law, they faced the death penalty. However, the court pardoned them. This leniency was largely due to their newborn child and the couple's deep remorse. Tommy realized the severity of his actions. Sheila's family later visited him in prison, talked to him, and expressed their grief. This interaction caused Tommy to fall into a depression. He began to hate himself and truly regret his choices. His mental state deteriorated, leading to health problems, causing him to lose 11 kilograms and look pale. In April 2015, the final court hearing concluded, and the judge announced the verdict. Lois Heather Mack was sentenced to 10 years in prison, while Tommy Schaefer received an 18-year term. The prosecution described them as ruthless criminals. However, Tommy's good behavior and expressed remorse helped him avoid a longer sentence. As they left the courtroom, Lois posed for photographers from various newspapers and, while drinking a soda that smelled of alcohol, smiled and made jokes. The only thing that troubled her was the fact that she would be released much earlier than Tommy. Meanwhile, Tommy looked at her with anger and wanted nothing to do with her, marking the end of their relationship. Lois, who avoided the death penalty and received a shorter sentence, acted provocatively in prison. She frequently took photos and videos with her friends in prison, enjoying their time together. She managed to get alcohol to drink. To earn money to buy alcohol, she sold food in the prison yard. The prison authorities allowed her to sell food, feeling sorry for her because she was a single mother, but they saw that she did not care much for her daughter, who spent her early years in terrible conditions. Tommy considered Lois a fallen person and mentally ill. One day, reporters secretly entered the prison and recorded footage of Lois having fun and dancing with friends in her cell. The footage quickly went viral on television and online, causing considerable public outrage. In response, Tommy filed a petition with the United States government, requesting that Lois be transferred from the Indonesian prison to a psychiatric hospital in the United States. In the petition, he expressed that he was not seeking sympathy but hoped that their daughter would grow up to be a good person. A year later, Tommy wrote a letter to his friends detailing how Sheila's murder was planned and carried out, and Lois's questionable actions in front of their young daughter Stella. Lois seemed to be focused only on her own gain, with no regard for Stella. The responsibility of looking after Lois' daughter Stella was eventually given to a fellow prisoner, Ashar Puta Melody Sert, who had been released. Ashar quickly adapted to life in Indonesia and married a wealthy local man. Stella was then placed in the care of the couple. The police identified Robert's involvement in Sheila's murder, leading to his quick arrest and trial in 2017. He pleaded guilty to breaking the law and being an accessory to Sheila's murder. During the trial, he revealed that in August 2014, Tommy had come to him for advice on how to carry out a murder. As a result, Robert received a 9-year prison sentence. Sheila's family was pleased with the outcome. While in prison, Lois ended her relationship with Tommy. In October 2021, Lois completed 7 years in an Indonesian prison and was paroled. Her reunion with her 6-year-old daughter, Stella, was a moment of liberation for her. Stella lived in Indonesia for another month before being extradited to the United States with her mother. At that point, her daughter no longer needed a guardian. Upon arriving in Chicago, Lois was arrested at the airport by FBI agents. She faced new charges of conspiracy to murder a U.S. citizen abroad and obstruction of justice. Lois attempted to draw media attention to her arrest, believing it was unfair, especially since she had already served time in Indonesia. She felt it was unfair that the police had brought new charges against her. At her first court appearance in the United States, Lois denied all charges against her. Her attorney, Keith Vogel-Barova, argued for her to be released on bail. In response, District Judge Charnel agreed to consider the appeal and heard from Assistant District Attorney Terry Keeney. The court needed a reasonable amount of time to make a decision. A week later, Lois reached a plea deal with police and pleaded guilty to conspiracy to murder a U.S. citizen abroad. A hearing then took place in Illinois Federal Court. District Judge Matthew Kelly considered the prosecution's recommendation for a 28-year prison sentence, minus 7 years for time served in Indonesia. The judge then sentenced Lois Heather Mack to 26 years in prison, ordered her to pay $2,278 in restitution, and fined her $50,000. The case of Riley Whitelaw. Riley Whitelaw was born on January 20, 2005 in Colorado Springs, El Paso County, USA, the only child of Courtney, a single mother. From an early age, Riley demonstrated kindness, empathy, and respect for others. Her bright smile brought warmth and joy to everyone around her. Riley loves to draw and wants to learn to play the guitar. After attending the Air Force Academy, she proved herself to be an excellent student. Among her classmates, she was known for her calm demeanor, confidence, and leadership skills. When Riley was a teenager, her mother met a man named Chris Johnson. Their relationship quickly developed into love, leading to the decision to marry. Riley, who always wanted the best for her mother, did her best to adapt to the changes Chris brought to their home. Chris, who never had the opportunity to be a father, welcomed Riley with open arms and treated her like his own daughter, expressing that he felt lucky to be a part of her life. In 2021, Riley is 16 years old, she is more mature, and gets a part-time job at a branch of an American company that operates the second-largest pharmacy chain in the country. This pharmacy not only sells medicines and healthcare products but also provides photography services. Riley only works 2 days a week because she still has to continue her studies. Despite her busy schedule, she feels happy and enthusiastically accepts the challenge. At first, everything goes smoothly. Riley enjoys her job and always completes her tasks. She quickly gains the appreciation of customers and builds good relationships with her colleagues. Among Riley's co-workers is a man named Joshua Johnson. Not much is known about his background, but he is in his 30s and has just been released from prison. The appearance of Riley, a young girl at the pharmacy, changes his life. Joshua, who is withdrawn and hot-tempered, is Riley's complete opposite. Despite their differences, Joshua develops feelings for her. Everyone around him notices this and realizes his unusual intentions, considering Riley's age. However, he insists that he will wait until she is an adult before asking her out. Joshua cannot hide his feelings for Riley for long and begins to show his attention to her, trying to win her over. He eventually openly confesses his love for her. However, Riley does not have feelings for him. After being rejected, Joshua becomes hurt and begins to act out, trying to hurt Riley whenever possible. During a class where he is supposed to teach her and another co-worker about how to work in a photo lab, he completely ignores her. This behavior frustrates Riley, as it negatively affects the quality of her work. Joshua refuses to answer her questions or offer any help. Initially, Riley was upset and often reflected on Joshua's behavior toward her, wondering what she had done to deserve such negative treatment. However, over time, Joshua crossed the line. First, he touched her inappropriately, and then he slapped her. Riley felt both angry and offended by these actions. She realized that Joshua was invading her and her personal space. Riley chose to speak up about the incident. Gathering her courage, she informed the pharmacy manager, Justin Sunni, about what had happened. Justin helped to remind Joshua. Joshua remained silent and pretended to understand. Nothing else was done to protect Riley. Not wanting to worry her mother, Riley decides to keep the meeting between her, Joshua, and her manager Justin a secret. However, she still shared with Courtney the impact Joshua's behavior had had on her. For a while, they barely worked together, and Riley tried to forget about the incident. However, when she decided to increase her hours, she found herself scheduled to work the same shift as Joshua. In early 2020, she met Jacob Lee, who was 2 years older than her. As their relationship developed, they decided to date. Suddenly, Jacob decided to work part-time at the pharmacy, just like Riley. In early spring 2022, Jacob started working, allowing them to spend more time together. Like Riley, Jacob quickly became friends with all the employees, except Joshua. Although there were no major conflicts between them, Joshua always seemed uncomfortable whenever they had to work together. Jacob wasn't the only one who noticed. The second manager, Crystal Ismail, also noticed that Joshua was jealous of Jacob because he was Riley's boyfriend. Joshua saw Jacob as his rival. Joshua still didn't give up on his love and continued to try to get closer to Riley. Feeling frustrated by his harassment, Riley finally asked for a change in her working hours. After a while, Riley needed more money and wanted to work overtime. Her boss informed her that she would have to work the same shift as Joshua because she had no other choice. Riley shared her concerns with Jacob. Riley shares her concerns with Jacob, but he doesn't take her words seriously and doesn't realize the severity of the situation. This disappoints Riley. On June 11, 2022, Riley was at the pharmacy where Crystal was in charge of management, and everything was going smoothly. Although Joshua was on the same shift as Riley, he took advantage of his co-worker's distraction to enter the break room. First, he placed a busy sign on the bathroom door, then blocked the view of one of the surveillance cameras with containers, and finally taped the window. The exact details of what happened next remain unclear, but when it was time for Riley's break, she entered the break room where Joshua was hiding, ready to put her plan into action. At approximately 5:44 p.m., surveillance camera footage captured a customer named Alicia Shanky in the store when she heard a woman scream. Seconds later, she heard the door close, but Alicia ignored it. She made her purchase and left the store. Meanwhile, in the break room, Joshua attacked Riley with a knife, and the attack was both quick and brutal, and Riley died instantly. Crystal, the store manager, becomes concerned when Riley does not return to work after her break and becomes even more suspicious when she notices that Joshua is also missing. She quickly goes outside the door where the trash can is. As she approaches, she sees someone's bare feet and, feeling scared, she rushes back to the pharmacy, locking the front desk door to prevent anyone from entering. This allows Joshua to dispose of Riley's blood-stained items in the trash without being seen. He then returns home. A few minutes later, Crystal mustered up the courage and went outside again, but the person was gone. Unable to find Riley, she decided to contact the manager, Justin. She also called Jacob, but he had no information on Riley's location. Justin then went to the pharmacy to investigate the situation. It was a little after 6 p.m. when he arrived. When he arrived, he quickly began reviewing the surveillance camera footage and saw Riley walking towards the break room. In an earlier recording, he noticed Joshua stacking boxes and containers to block the camera's view. Justin walked into the break room, quickly opened the door, and turned on the lights. He was horrified to see blood everywhere. And in the corner of the room, he found Riley's body. Shocked, Justin called the police at 6:05 p.m. 10 minutes later, officers arrived at the pharmacy, where they discovered Riley's body. She was found on the floor with her badge and headphones nearby. In addition to the severe neck injury, she had suffered several other injuries. Alicia, a customer at the pharmacy during the day, passed by the scene that evening and noticed police and patrol cars. She stopped to report the screams she had heard earlier. Police officers Steve Alonso and Mike Lee began their investigation. Meanwhile, someone informed Riley's mother, Courtney, of the tragic news. The distraught mother rushed to the pharmacy and was stunned when she arrived at the crime scene. When asked by police if she knew anyone who Riley's enemies were or who might have committed such an act, Courtney did not remember Joshua. She believed her daughter was the victim of a robbery and did not know that her daughter was actually murdered by a coworker. Police collected evidence at the crime scene and sent the body for forensic examination. The Riley had 42 stab wounds, and there were similar injuries on her hands, suggesting she attempted to defend herself. Experts concluded that she died from a lack of oxygen. Joshua fled the city early in the morning but was stopped by a patrol officer as he headed toward the New Mexico border. The officer was unaware of his actions and arrested him based solely on his appearance, as his face was covered in cuts, scrapes, and bruises. When asked about his injuries, Joshua claimed that he had been attacked in a store in Colorado Springs. However, when the patrol officer contacted Colorado Springs police, they discovered that Joshua was actually the suspect in Riley's murder and not the victim. Afterwards, he was arrested and brought back to the city. Currently, the pharmacy's representatives are not making any statements to the media. Police have denied permission to share information that might disrupt the ongoing investigation. The pharmacy has closed its doors and is no longer serving customers. Nearby, the community has set up a makeshift memorial for Riley, adorning it with numerous flowers, letters, and gifts from those who are grieving. Joshua admitted during his initial police interview that he was in love with Riley. He admitted to being in the break room with her, but claimed that the incident was accidental. This confession led police to identify him as the person who had been near Crystal at the dumpster. Despite the evidence against him, Joshua maintained his innocence and denied obstructing the view of the security camera. Police later discovered his DNA on the murder weapon. After obtaining a court warrant to search his home, they found a black hoodie with blood and traces of DNA belonging to Riley. Joshua was charged with first-degree murder and held without bail in El Paso County, with his trial scheduled for June 2022. Riley's funeral was held on June 23, 2022. Her mother received many letters of support from classmates, pharmacy customers, and others. On November 15, 2022, Joshua pleaded not guilty to all charges at his preliminary hearing. The trial was originally scheduled to begin on March 6, 2023, but the defense requested additional time to prepare and requested that Joshua undergo a mental health evaluation to determine whether he was competent to stand trial. As a result, the trial was postponed. The evaluation later determined that Joshua was sane. He remains in custody at the El Paso County Jail, with bail set at $10 million. In late September 2023, after all attempts to postpone the trial, Joshua finally appeared in court and faced Riley's relatives. On the first day of the trial, the prosecutor explained to the jury that Joshua and Riley both worked at a pharmacy and detailed the events that took place there. The defense maintained that Joshua happened to be at the crime scene. They presented that Joshua entered the break room and found Riley lying on the floor. At that point, he was attacked by an unknown assailant, causing him to flee for safety, despite feeling guilty for leaving Riley behind. However, witness testimonies have made it clear that Joshua's account is incorrect. One of the longest testimonies came from Justin, who discovered the body and was the pharmacy manager that first contacted the police. The prosecutor's office also called Riley's mother, Courtney, to testify. She shared insights about her daughter, describing her as someone who loved to help others. Courtney mentioned that Riley had expressed concerns about Joshua's behavior on several occasions. She recalled one incident when Riley was working with Joshua in the photo services area, where he touched her inappropriately. This led Riley to speak with her supervisors, resulting in her being allowed to change her work schedule. In October 2023, after arguments from both the prosecution and defense had concluded, after an hour of deliberations, the jury reached a verdict. Joshua Johnson was convicted of first-degree murder. The judge expressed gratitude to everyone who contributed to achieving justice, especially the Colorado Springs police. After the trial, some expressed their anger toward Joshua, while others chose to remember Riley as a kind, young girl who tragically lost her life because of his actions. On the podium in the auditorium, there were 3 items: an empty vase, a bag containing 42 purple stones, and a small bouquet of sunflowers. Riley's loved ones had brought these items on purpose. The stones represented the number of wounds Riley had suffered. Each person giving a speech took a handful of stones and put them in a vase. The 9th and final speaker was her mother, Courtney. She wore a jacket with the insignia of the National Guard, where her daughter served. Despite her deep grief, Courtney spoke very strongly that she would not let Joshua, whom she called a monster, take away her love for her late daughter. People admired her for this, considering it her greatest strength. She emphasized that her daughter was never afraid to express her opinion when things were not going well and always confidently led others. At the end of her speech, Courtney placed the sunflowers in a vase containing 42 purple stones before returning to her seat. At the end of the hearing, Joshua Johnson was sentenced to life in prison. Courtney established a memorial fund in Riley's name, which provides scholarships to high school graduates. In the future, Courtney plans to organize charity events that she believes Riley would have enjoyed, including art nights, exhibitions, and running. The case of Jorge Martin Carreno. At 12 o'clock noon on July 26, 2021, police were alerted to a body in the Chirva River. When police arrived, The area where the body was found was secured and police confirmed that the body was that of a man aged between 20 and 30. The man was later identified as Jorge Martin Carreno, and his family were informed the following day. Jorge was 30 years old and had moved to Oxford from Spain. He was originally from Las Palmas to Gran Canaria and moved to the UK in 2019 with his girlfriend. They split up in 2008 but remained good friends. Jorge was an engineer and was working in a factory at the time of his death. Jorge's family described him as caring, kind, and always willing to help others. He was very creative, which pushed him to learn new things, research, and experiment. He enjoyed music, photography, reading, and sports. He also played the guitar and often visited museums with his friends. Police launched an investigation into what happened that night. They began by reviewing surveillance footage and analyzing information from Jorge's phone, along with witness statements. One worrying sign was a text message from a friend sent to Jorge hours before his death, warning him that Oxford could be dangerous and sharing a news article about a recent murder. During the police investigation, they found evidence that Jorge was not alone before his death. Multiple surveillance cameras recorded him walking with an unidentified man, who was seen wearing a hood, from various angles and locations. Earlier that evening, Jorge went downtown with friends, visited a pub, and then Father Nocturne. After receiving a warning message from a friend, he responded with a smiley face. At 2 a.m., he said goodbye to his friends and was alone. By 3:16 a.m., Jorge was on Worcester Street, trying to find his way home using GPS. 4 minutes later, a camera on Gloucester Street caught him trying to call a friend. But there was no response. He continued to search for his home address on GPS. At 3:33 a.m., a surveillance camera caught Jorge again. A minute later, he appeared to be looking for support. Another camera captured an unidentified person walking through the park at 3:35 a.m. At 3:59 a.m., the man was seen walking down the street. At exactly 4 a.m., Jorge and the unidentified man were both in the same location, where they chatted for about 12 minutes before walking together. Although the cameras captured them walking down the street, their destination was unclear. Jorge was later found walking toward the park with the unidentified man. This raised suspicion, as that was the area where Jorge's body was later discovered. Initially, many believed Jorge's death to be an accident, but an autopsy revealed that he died from intoxication and drowning, along with blunt force trauma to the head. Police suspect that he fell, hit his head, and then drowned. For years, the theory that Jorge's death was an accident was accepted. However, some new evidence was discovered. Forensic experts discovered a vodka bottle cap next to Jorge's body, which contained his DNA as well as that of an unidentified person. People examining surveillance footage reported seeing an unfamiliar figure, raising questions about whether Jorge was murdered. Eventually, the city's residents returned to their normal lives, largely forgetting about the mysterious hooded figure. Meanwhile, Jorge's family has been without answers for 2 years, and the case remains unsolved. One day, police received a call from a woman in the United States reporting that her lover, Scarlett Blake, a transgender woman living in Oxford, had confessed to killing Jorge. Scarlett, 20, lived on the same street where Jorge Martin Carreno's body was discovered. Ashlyn Bell, the caller in the United States, explained that she and Scarlett met online and developed a relationship. During the conversation, Ashlyn mentioned that Scarlett was obsessed with death and that they often talked about harming people and animals. Ashlyn claimed that Scarlett admitted to killing Jorge and dumping his body in the river. Additionally, in March 2021, Scarlett's neighbors expressed concern about their missing cat. It was clear that Scarlett was responsible for the cat's disappearance, as she had live-streamed the killing of her neighbor's cat. Reports indicated that Scarlett dismembered the cat, skinned it, and buried its body. The cat murder, which was broadcast live, was an odd birthday present from Scarlett to Ashlyn. Then things got even stranger. Scarlett began pretending to be a cat, meowing frequently in front of her friends. Ashlyn verified that all of this was true, but she had even more disturbing evidence to share. Jorge was walking down the street with a stranger at 2:30 a.m., just a few hours before his death. Scarlett sent Ashlyn a photo of herself wearing the jacket she used to kill Jorge. Later, she mailed the jacket to Ashlyn in the U.S., and the police seized it for testing, discovering Jorge's DNA on it. As a result, the police took Scarlett into custody. During her arrest, she expressed frustration about not having cigarettes and said she didn't want to quit smoking. The police offered Scarlett nicotine patches and mentioned they could provide help for her nicotine addiction, but Scarlett declined. She admitted to feeling unwell due to the arrest and withdrawal symptoms. During the arrest, new information about the case was discovered. During the arrest, new details of the case emerged. On Scarlett's phone, police found a photo of a homemade strangulation device. In addition, a photo showed a knife, a gun, tape, and rope. Another image showed women Scarlett admired, including 2 notorious criminals. It was revealed that Scarlett began planning the murder in January 2021 when she bought a cat trap online. In February, she bought a bottle of vodka, and police later found a bottle cap near Jorge's body. In March, Scarlett purchased over 100 bags of cat food. Soon after, the family of the missing cat began sharing information about their missing pet on social media. At that point, Ashlyn and Scarlett had been discussing the murder for months, and their conversation would continue for months more. On April 6, 2021, Scarlett purchased a pair of boots, and surveillance footage confirmed that she was wearing them on the night of the murder. In May, she also purchased a black trench coat and a handsaw. At 2:30 a.m. on the night of the murder, Scarlett sent a photo to Ashlyn before going to look for her victim, at which point she encountered Jorge. Jorge's family was shocked by his death, but they found some solace in the fact that the police had a lead on his killer. Discovering the killer's name was a significant step for his family, even as it brought back painful memories of their loss, which they had been grieving for 2 years. Now, they must face those pains in court. Scarlett Blake's trial took place about 6 months later. The prosecution argued that Scarlett was a brutal killer who had killed a cat first and then Jorge. Her defense attorney, however, argued that there was insufficient evidence to support the charges against her. During the trial, Scarlett claimed she did not know how Jorge died, suggesting that he may have taken his own life, and insisted that she was not present when he died. During the trial, text messages were played between Scarlett and Ashlyn, revealing their fascination with violence and death. Scarlett claimed that she never wanted to kill anyone, claiming that Ashlyn forced her to do so. A psychiatrist evaluated Scarlett's behavior and found no signs of mental illness. She maintained her innocence of Jorge's murder, claiming that she had simply left him in the park. Although she admitted to killing a cat, she argued that she did so at Ashlyn's urging. The prosecutor noted that Scarlett had been influenced by a documentary called Hands Off Cats. The prosecutor alleged that Scarlett had a murder kit with her on the night of the murder, but she vehemently denied the allegations. A few days after Jorge's murder, Scarlett took pictures of the memorial and the tree where he died. A year later, she returned and took another picture by the tree. By that time, she had broken up with Ashlyn. There are 3 possible explanations for Jorge's death. He could have been strangled with a rope or his hands and then lost consciousness before drowning, or he could have been hit in the head and then drowned, or he could have been held underwater until he suffocated. Any combination of these factors could have led to his death, but the hemorrhage in his head suggests it was not an accident. During the entire court hearing, Scarlett showed no emotion. After only 1 hour of deliberation, the jury found Scarlett Blake guilty of murder. She was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 24 years. In addition, she received a 4-month sentence for killing a cat. This was a relatively light sentence because Parliament had recently raised the maximum penalty for animal violence from 6 months to 5 years. Because Scarlett's case was resolved before the law changed, her sentence is not subject to the new maximum sentence. Jorge's family were relieved by the verdict. They released a statement honoring Jorge's memory, noting that the loss had had a profound impact on their lives. They remember Jorge every day, his smile and his love of life. Jorge was known for his sense of humor and kindness. He had come to Oxford to start a new chapter, exploring new cultures and opportunities. When his life was tragically cut short, he was unaware of his killer just hours before his death. This serves as a reminder to be cautious with strangers. Although such incidents often involve women, men can also fall victim to similar situations. The case of Stacey Mitchell. Stacey Mitchell was born in Dorset, England, into a loving and close-knit family with an older brother and 2 younger sisters. When she was 10, her family moved from the UK to Australia. Stacey was cheerful and friendly. She always sought to help her family and learn new things. Stacey enjoyed meeting new people and was known for her sociable and sweet nature. As she entered her teenage years, Stacey became friends with 2 older girls, Jessica and Valerie, through a mutual friend. Jessica was 19 and Valerie was 21. Stacey was drawn to them because they were different from her other friends. Valerie was interested in the vampire subculture and claimed to have been drinking blood since she was 10, starting with her own and later trying someone else's. As Stacey entered her teenage years, she started to argue with her parents more often and lost interest in playing with her younger sisters. After these arguments, she would feel hurt for a long time or isolate herself in her room, believing her parents didn't understand her. On December 7, 2006, Stacey turned 16 and made the decision to run away from home. When teens run away, police often reassure and calm their parents by explaining that their children are growing up and need time with friends. They often tell parents that their children will eventually return home and that there is no need to panic about their safety. Although Stacey's parents loved her and worried about her, they did not react strongly when she left. To avoid further damaging their relationship with her, they chose to leave her at a friend's house for a while before calling the police. However, after 6 days, she had not returned home. This worried her family and they reported her missing to the police on December 13, 2006. Stacey had previously planned to move in with her new friends, Jessica and Valerie, who were both older than her. They rented a spacious house in the suburbs with their boyfriends. They generously offered her a spare bedroom for only $20 a week. On December 14th, Stacey moved into her friend's house. She appreciated the freedom of living without rules or conflict. Since her friends were older, she felt confident that they could help her if she needed it. Stacey was then officially reported missing for several days, during which time her family continued to search for her and hoped for her safe return. Despite their disagreements, her parents loved her and wanted the best for her. After searching for Stacey, her parents found her and were able to contact her on December 17th, 10 days after she left. During their phone call, Stacey informed them of her whereabouts. In an effort to improve their relationship, her parents chose not to force her to come home immediately. They wanted to rebuild trust and avoid making her feel pressured or uncomfortable. After the conversation, Stacey assured her parents that she would be home the next day. It was agreed that she would stay with her friends one more night before going home. Her parents arranged to meet her at the train station. However, when Stacey's parents arrived at the train station the next day, Stacey was not there. They thought that perhaps she had changed her mind about going home or just didn't want to come with them. They waited to make sure Stacey wasn't late, but in the end, they went home, unable to understand what had happened. After Stacy did not show up, her parents provided the police with all the details about where she said she was staying, including the names of the people she was with. Unfortunately, her parents' worst fears came true just a few days later. On December 21st, a body was discovered and confirmed to be Stacy's. Her body was located inside a large rolling plastic trash can behind a house. The truth about Stacy's murder shocked her family and friends. They discovered that her new friends had planned to kill her just one day after she arrived at their home. Stacy's upbeat attitude and belief that, as older friends, Valerie and Jessica would help her. Stacy often walked around the house in her underwear and frequently entered Jessica and Valerie's room, which angered her friends. Stacy's behavior became a problem for them. Another roommate, David, added to the tension by telling Jessica and Valerie that Stacy made negative comments about his friends and judged their actions. In response, Valerie suggested that they should not let anyone interfere in their lives and decided that they needed to find a way to eliminate the problem with Stacy. However, instead of simply asking her to leave, they considered a darker solution, which was to kill her. The friends began discussing their plan to kill Stacy and informed David of their intentions. David said that on December 17th, he found Jessica crushing glass in a stone bowl in the laundry room. When he asked what she was doing, Jessica frankly explained that they intended to mix the glass into Stacy's food. David expressed his concerns, saying that this method would cause Stacy to die a painful and prolonged death. The glass shards could damage her intestines, leading to pain and loud screaming that could alert the neighbors. In response, Jessica suggested that if Stacy screamed too much, they could bury her head in the ground to silence her. David was asked to join in, but he refused. Then they suggested he just stand there and watch. Stacy had spoken with her parents and was set to meet them on December 18th to go home. She informed David, Valerie, and Jessica about her plans, but they seemed unwilling to change their own plans. David expressed that he felt relieved Stacy would be leaving but did not try to persuade his friends to abandon their scheme. Later that evening, Stacy, Valerie, Jessica, and David went to the local bridge. There was a highway nearby, and they amused themselves by throwing bottles at cars and running away when they interfered with traffic. That night, the four of them returned to the house and sat at the kitchen table drinking whiskey. Stacy complained of a headache, so Jessica gave her a pill, claiming it was a painkiller. In reality, it was a sleeping pill meant for insomniacs. Valerie warned David to go into the bedroom and play loud music. After Stacy took the pills, David noticed Valerie playing music and starting to dance. David decided to go into the bedroom, leaving Valerie, Jessica, and Stacy to continue drinking whiskey while he played loud music in his room. Stacy tries to join the girls in the dance, but Valerie tells her to sit down. Suddenly, David heard Jessica scream, followed by a loud noise and Stacy's scream. It turns out that Valerie has hit Stacy on the head with a concrete block. Jessica calls David, who is terrified. Valerie hits Stacy with the concrete block several more times and then calls Jessica. Jessica paced back and forth between David and Valerie, watching from the doorway to see what Valerie was doing to Stacy. She played music in David's room, sometimes lowering it to talk to him and other times raising the volume to drown out Stacy's screams. Stacy called for help, but David did not respond to her pleas. Stacy crawled to his bedroom door and clung to it, but David slammed the door shut. He told Jessica that he couldn't bear to witness the situation anymore and wanted to leave. Jessica then blindfolded David with a black t-shirt and guided him past Stacy and out of the house. She instructed him to keep walking until it was over, promising to call him later. David was aware that a murder was taking place inside, but instead of intervening, he chose to run away. The concrete block that Valerie used to strike Stacy repeatedly broke, but Valerie continued the assault. Eventually, Jessica joined in. She removed her belt and used the chain to strangle their friend. Despite her last efforts to breathe, Stacy was unable to overcome Jessica's grip and soon lost consciousness. Jessica and Valerie, thrilled with their success, embraced and headed to the table where unfinished whiskey awaited to celebrate. 20 minutes later, Jessica checked Stacy's pulse and confirmed she was still alive. The kitchen was a chaotic scene, with blood splattered everywhere, so Valerie grabbed some sponges and a mop to start cleaning. After about 30 minutes, Jessica checked Stacy's pulse again, but this time the girl had died. Around 1:30 a.m., David called to ask if everything was finished. Jessica replied that Stacy was dead, but they needed more time to clean up, so she suggested David walk around for a couple more hours. He agreed and spent the next 2 hours waiting for the go-ahead to return. The two friends started cleaning up, and surprisingly, they recorded the entire murder on video. While drinking and tidying up, they laughed and made fun of Stacy's accent. Jessica filmed herself laughing and dancing as she cleaned, with Stacy's body on the floor. At 3:20 a.m., Jessica called David to let him know the house was still a bit messy, but he could come over. He was blindfolded again and brought into the room. By that time, Valerie and Jessica had already moved Stacy's body and hidden it in a dumpster behind the house. They then planned how to dispose of it. In the morning, they went to a local hardware store with David to look for a chainsaw and some shovels. On December 21st, police arrived at Jessica and Valerie's home. Jessica escaped by running out the door, while Valerie stayed inside and gave the police a false name. She and David claimed that Stacy had abandoned them and that they did not know her whereabouts. 3 hours later, after discovering Valerie's real name, the police returned to the house. This time, only David was present, and he confessed that Valerie and Jessica had killed Stacy and revealed the location of her body, which was in a plastic wheelie bin behind the house. After the three were arrested and taken to prison, Valerie was placed in a cell with an inmate named Rochelle Van Roos, with whom she conversed about various topics. Rochelle later recounted hearing Valerie tell a story about murdering a young girl. What was striking was that Valerie showed no remorse or guilt. In fact, she seemed proud of what she had done. Valerie claimed that she and Jessica were excited about the murder and then celebrated by drinking, feeling relieved to be rid of that annoying girl. Valerie later confirmed this, saying that Stacy had made them angry and deserved it. She mentioned that she and Jessica had beaten Stacy about 180 times. In a letter from 2007, Jessica confessed that when the murder of Stacy began, she felt like she was no longer herself. She had never felt such a strong craving for blood before, and that something had changed inside her at that moment. When Stacy's blood splattered on her, it was as if a veil had been placed over her eyes, making it impossible for her to stop. Based on their letters and stories in prison, it is clear that none of them felt remorse for their actions. Valerie and Jessica showed no remorse for their actions toward Stacy. They were indifferent to Stacy's family's pain. They laughed throughout the trial, showing a lack of respect for the court. Valerie's lawyer argued that she suffered from a severe personality disorder and referred to her troubled upbringing, raised by an abusive father who had been jailed for assaulting his wife. At the age of 10, she became fascinated with vampire culture and developed a fascination with drinking human blood. In March 2008, Jessica Stasinowski, Valerie Parashumdi, and David admitted their guilt for the crime. David was given a 2-year prison sentence for his role, while Jessica and Valerie received life sentences in a maximum security prison, with a minimum of 24 years before they could apply for parole. Valerie tried to appeal her sentence, but the appeal was rejected. After the trial, the friends were sent to different prisons. They tried to stay in touch by sending letters through a fellow inmate named Catherine Burney, but their communication gradually decreased. In 2009, 3 officers were injured while breaking up a fight between Valerie and another inmate. In 2013, Valerie attempted to escape from prison but was unsuccessful. Stacy's family is still grieving her death and feels guilty for not being able to protect her. Even years later, her father shared with reporters that it was very hard for him and that he thought about it every day, wondering what he could have done differently. He mentioned that by now, she could have had a child, and he often imagined what the child would look like. He expressed that it was heartbreaking that they would never see her grow older. The tragic story of two friends who took pleasure in killing Stacy is deeply unsettling. Stacy had a disagreement with her parents and turned to older friends for support, but instead of offering help, they expressed their irritation with her. David, known to be a gentle and shy man, failed to act to prevent the murder, despite having the opportunity. The case of Neville and June Bamber. June and Neville became the owners of White House Farm. A Royal Air Force veteran, after many years of service, he transitioned to a position as the master of a small local court. In 1949, June married he at the age of 25, and that same year, they moved into their new farmhouse. Their dream is to have children and build a happy, close family. However, June could not get pregnant. After numerous attempts, they discovered that the issue was genetic, and they would not be able to have biological children. However, they did not lose hope and they were able to find a way to become parents. The Bamber family adopted 2 children from an orphanage. First, they adopted Sheila, who was just 3 months old, and a few years later, they adopted 6-month-old Jeremy. June and Neville cared for and educated their adopted children conscientiously, giving them all their love and tenderness. As Sheila and Jeremy grew up, they ensured they received a good education by sending them to prestigious private schools with high-quality standards. The Bambers' financial situation was very good, allowing them to take care of themselves and their children fully and comfortably. Like any family, June and Neville also faced problems in their relationship. Not having a biological relationship with your children can sometimes make the situation more complicated. However, for the most part, their family life proceeded smoothly, without any major conflicts. In 1985, Sheila was 28, Jeremy was 24, and their adoptive parents, June and Neville, had just turned 60. That summer was so peaceful, with everyone enjoying the sun and nature, until the early hours of August 7th. At 3:30 a.m., Jeremy was awakened by an unexpected phone call. When he answered, he was shocked when he heard his father, Neville, on the other line. Neville's voice was frantic and distressed. He struggled to explain that Sheila had gone crazy and have weapons. While Jeremy still didn't fully understand what was going on, the call suddenly lost connection. Alarmed, Jeremy immediately contacted the police, relaying what Neville had said. He also warned them that Sheila could be dangerous. Despite the urgency, it took the police an hour and a half to arrive at the scene. By then, it was still dark, and the house was shrouded in shadows. The area was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos Neville had described. Since firearms were reportedly involved, the police approached cautiously, adhering to standard procedures. Then, they decided not to enter the house. Instead, they waited outside, wait for the task force to come and handle it. The police positioned themselves at a safe distance from the house and used a megaphone to try to communicate with anyone inside. For more than 2 hours, police tried to contact Bamber's family, but received no response. During this time, the police asked Jeremy to explain what had happened at the Bamber household the previous day. He explained that the entire family had gathered for dinner the night before. Toward the end of the evening, there had been a minor misunderstanding, but not serious. He also mentioned that he had left a pistol and a .22 caliber carbine with his parents. Both guns were in good working order and loaded. Nearly 3 hours after the first police officers arrived, at approximately 8 a.m., the special forces entered the house. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy and somber. The team cautiously advanced, inspecting the first floor. When they entered the kitchen, they found a scene of chaos. A chair facing down on the ground, and next to it, in a pool of blood, was Neville's lifeless body. He had been shot 8 times, 6 of which hit the head, leaving him with little chance of survival. His hands and face were bruised and scraped, with a broken nose and jaw, shows that he fought back drastic against the attacker. The officers completed their search of the first floor, then, they moving upstairs. Each step had to be made with caution to avoid noise, but this is very difficult. Because the floor is old and makes a creaking sound every time it is moved. On the second floor, in 2 bedrooms, they discovered 4 more bodies. They found June, Sheila, and 2 6-year-old boys, Daniel and Nicholas, all of whom had been fatally shot. June had been struck by 7 bullets, while Daniel and Nicholas sustained 5 and 3 shots, respectively. Sheila was found on the threshold of her parents' bedroom, with 2 gunshot wounds under her chin. In total, 25 bullets were used to kill the 5 members of Bamber family. Initially, police theorized that the Bamber family members had been deliberately killed. But who could have committed such an act? Was the perpetrator an acquaintance of the family, who had long planned to harm them and then finally carried it out? Or was the criminal so clever that he tried to fool the police with a fake clue? These questions remained unanswered, prompting the authorities to immediately begin an investigation. It is remarkable that although Sheila and Jeremy were both very well educated, they grew up with completely different personalities. Jeremy was introverted from a young age, preferred solitude, and did poorly in elementary school. Sheila, on the other hand, always had many friends around her. Jeremy is hot-tempered and has difficulty controlling his emotions. Even though his parents tried to educate him, but he still did not change. Eventually, they decided to send him to boarding school, which happened in 1970, when he was 9 years old. Boarding schools in England at that time were famous for their strict and harsh discipline, applied to all ages of students. Attending such institutions was expensive, but this was not an issue for the Bambers. As soon as Jeremy entered the boarding school, he realized he could no longer behave as he had before, as any disobedience was met with punishment. Unfortunately, he made the mistake of telling his classmates that he had come from an orphanage. His friends used that information to bully him. They often taunted him about being adopted, calling him a bastard. His years at boarding school were a challenging period for him. Although they didn't teach him many good things, they did help him improve his character somewhat. Over time, Jeremy became calmer, went on to university, and successfully graduated. Neville was extremely proud of his son and even bought him a ticket to Australia. For the next 4 years, he traveled extensively across the country, spent time living in New Zealand, and eventually returned to England in 1982. Upon his return, his parents, Neville and June, asked him to work on their farm. Along with the job, they provided him with a place to live, a cottage 6 kilometers from the farm, along with a car and a monthly salary of nearly $1,000, a generous amount for the time. They wanted to ensure that he had a comfortable life and did everything they could to support him. Additionally, they hoped he would help them when they were old. June, a very religious woman, had a hard time accepting the fact that her children had different views and attitudes about religion. Throughout her life, she did everything she could to guide them toward what she believed was the true path and to bring them closer to God. Unfortunately, her efforts were unsuccessful. So, she had suffered from severe depression, and her mental health had greatly deteriorated. At the time, mental health issues were treated with a crude and outdated method, administering electric shocks to the patient. It was believed that this could positively influence brain function. June's depression wasn't caused solely by her son, Jeremy. Her daughter Sheila, despite her calmer demeanor, also caused her great distress. Sheila enjoyed looking at magazines featuring models in provocative poses. Sheila dreamed of becoming a model and appearing on the cover of such magazines. However, she does not support this. But Sheila's problems don't stop there. One day, Sheila announced to her parents that she was pregnant. In many families, the news might have been met with joy, but the Bamber family is not like that. Sheila was still a teenager and unmarried, which made the situation complicated. June, her adoptive mother, faced a difficult decision. Should she pressure Sheila to have an abortion? As a Christian, June could not condone abortion, but at the same time, allowing the child to be born is unacceptable. Then, June told Sheila to make her own choice, but on the condition that if she had an abortion, no one in the family would know. This makes the relationship between June and Sheila more and more tense. In 1977, despite her parents' objections, Sheila is married to Colin Caffell. They on to have twin sons, Nicholas and Daniel. Initially, their family life seemed happy, but Sheila began to suspect Colin of infidelity. Her suspicions were correct, and she eventually filed for divorce. In 1982, they are officially divorced, which had a devastating impact on Sheila's mental health. She couldn't bear the shock from the divorce, so she fell into depression, and she was eventually admitted to a mental hospital for treatment. Nicholas and Daniel were sent to an orphanage, where they stayed for nearly 2 years. During this time, Sheila's mental health deteriorated further. She became increasingly anxious, frequently spoke about ending her own life and that of her children, whom she believed were possessed by the devil. She was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. Meanwhile, Sheila and Jeremy seemed to swap positions with each other. Jeremy, who was a rebel for years, now lives a peaceful and stable life. In 1985, Sheila reconciled with her ex-husband, Colin. Together, they removed Nicholas and Daniel from the orphanage and start a new life together. In August, Neville and June invited Sheila and her family to visit, so they could reunite with their grandchildren, Daniel von Nicholas. They hadn't seen their 2 nephews in a long time. They decided that the family would spend a week together, after which Colin would take the boys on a trip to Norway. On Tuesday, August 6, 1985, Colin brought the boys to the family farm. And everyone gathered at the Bamber house. The day was filled with joy. There was a family dinner, a happy atmosphere, and delicious food. Later, Neville and June asked Sheila to take Daniel and Nicholas back to the orphanage, arguing that she couldn't provide them with a proper education. This suggestion angered Sheila. She replied that she would make the decision herself. The calm atmosphere of the evening was disrupted at 8:30 p.m. Around the same time, Jeremy left the house. Barbara Wilson, the secretary at Bamber Farm, called Neville regarding a work-related matter. When Neville answered, she realized he seemed very annoyed. In the background, she could hear raised voices, as though people were arguing or upset about something. This was unusual for the Bamber family, which surprised she. However, she couldn't learn more about the situation because Neville quickly ended the call and hung up. The next morning, everyone present in Bamber's house was shot dead. Jeremy, the only survivor, was informed of the tragedy. Overcome with grief, he couldn't hold back his tears. Investigators treated him with respect, allowing him time to gather himself before beginning their questioning. Jeremy shared everything he knew, including the hardships Sheila went through, and the argument that had occurred at the dinner table on the evening of August 6th, shortly before he decided to leave the house. At first glance, the crime that Sheila committed seemed to be an act of desperation and impulsivity, because at the time, she was suffering from mental illness. After hearing Neville and June's suggestion that she should return her 2 sons to the orphanage, she felt the interference in her private life was unacceptable. When she lost control, she grabbed a weapon and shot Neville, June, Daniel, Nicholas, and finally shoot yourself. Investigators believe this is what happened. However, there is one very strange detail. Sheila had been shot twice in different parts of her body. How could she have managed to do this to herself? The actions of the detectives were puzzling. They decided to burn the blood-soaked bedsheets carpet where the bodies were found. They explained that they wanted to help Jeremy avoid the painful memories of the incident. Furthermore, the weapon discovered at the crime scene, which was a key piece of evidence, was improperly handled by the investigator. They picked it up with their bare hands without wearing gloves. A few days later, Bamber's family funeral was held, and Jeremy attended. He seemed distraught over the tragedy, weeping over the coffins of his sister, parents, and nephews. However, on that day, the investigation was reopened. Relatives of Bamber's family have expressed concerns about Jeremy's unusual behavior. Despite his tears, he made odd remarks, such as referring to himself as the boss. They found him smiling with the look of someone satisfied with victory. They reported this to police, causing police to conduct a more thorough investigation. Crime scenes need to be investigated carefully and meticulously to avoid drawing hasty conclusions. The detectives began by examining the weapon. They discovered fingerprints from several individuals, including the investigator who had handled the gun without gloves. The appearance of Sheila and Jeremy's fingerprints is not surprising. Jeremy admitted the gun was his, explaining he had purchased it for hunting. It is also understandable that Sheila's fingerprints were on the gun, as the initial theory suggested she had used the gun as the murder weapon. A few days later, Jeremy's cousin secretly went to the Bamber family home to search the house. He convinced that Sheila was not involved in the murder. By this point, Jeremy had inherited to his family home and was living there alone. During the search, the cousin inspected every room and the closet, and he found a silencer for a .22 caliber carbine. Length of the gun, combined with the silencer, made it impossible for the attacker to have turned the weapon on themselves and fired. This discovery strongly suggested that Sheila could not have been the perpetrator. If Sheila had fired the gun without the silencer, a new question arises: why were traces of blood found on the end of the silencer? Sheila, who had been shot twice and was bleeding, could not have removed the silencer and hidden it deep in the closet. This suggests that the silencer was attached to the rifle in the murders. From this point, everything started to become clear. Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, suspects him of being involved in killing his family. She contacted investigators and shared some information. She revealed that on the night of August 7th, Jeremy had called her, saying there were problems. However, when she tried to ask what was wrong, he abruptly hung up. She also recalled that shortly before the murders, he had repeatedly complained about his family. Most importantly, she revealed that the Bamber family had drawn up a will, which stated that all assets would be passed on to their children after their deaths. This made Jeremy very angry. He did not want to share the inheritance with his sister, Sheila. In addition, Jeremy also told Julie that he wanted to kill his family and blame it on Sheila, a mentally ill person. She reported all of this to the police, not because she wanted to help the investigation, but because she was feeling angry, so she had just learned that Jeremy had a new girlfriend. However, there is no direct evidence to prove Jeremy's guilt. He tried to mislead the investigation. He gave the police the name of a suspect, a plumber he'd have hired. However, when investigators questioned the plumber, they learned that he was completely innocent. He also has a solid alibi, helped to remove any suspicion against him. As a result, Jeremy Bamber became the primary suspect. He was taken into custody due to his inability to provide an alibi. However, the police released him after failing to find evidence linking him to the massacre. Surprisingly, he was allowed to leave the country. After inheriting the property, Jeremy's financial situation improved a lot. He sold Neville's car and to Saint-Tropez, France. Upon returning to England on September 29th, he was arrested and charged with the murder of the Bamber family. The trial began on October 3rd. One of the main points raised in court was about Neville's injuries. His body showed multiple bruises, suggesting that he had tried to defend himself from an attack. The medical examiner speculated that the injuries were caused by the same .22 caliber carbine. Sheila, a petite and frail woman, it seemed unlikely that she could have inflicted such severe injuries on her father. In contrast, Jeremy appeared capable of doing so. Neville's body showed signs of a struggle, with multiple bruises. Sheila also received several blows, but there were no signs of a struggle on her body, and her nails remained intact. The defense countered these arguments that believed that Sheila suffered from mental illness, which made her the prime suspect, capable of committing a five-fold murder. They emphasized that she grew up on a farm, was skilled at handling guns, and was an experienced target shooter. Additionally, Jeremy's lawyers highlighted that Sheila's blood was fresher than the rest of the family's, so they claiming that she ended her life after killing others. This, they argued, could have been due to guilt or the sound of approaching police cars. However, the prosecution disputed these claims. If Sheila had been the killer and then end her life, then the policeman on duty near the house, they will hear the last gunshot. However, no sound was detected. Furthermore, Sheila could not have pulled the trigger with the silencer attached, as it would have been out of her reach. The silencer was also found in a closet, rather than on the carbine where it logically should have been. The defense is in a difficult position because it has no arguments to refute the prosecution. According to the prosecution's argument, the motive for the murder stemmed from Jeremy's anger when he learned the contents of the will. In the will, the inheritance was divided equally between him and Sheila. His greed for the inheritance led him to plan a massacre. On August 6th, between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m., Jeremy left his relative's house and went home. Later that night, he returned to their house on a bicycle he had taken from his mother, June, a few days earlier. He took a roundabout route and entered the house through an open bathroom window on the first floor. He climbed inside, retrieved a loaded gun, and went to June's bedroom. Then, he shot and killed her with 2 shots. Next, he aimed the gun at Neville, but Neville woke up and tried to defend himself, leading to a fight. During the struggle, he managed to shoot Neville. After killing Neville, Jeremy returned to the bedroom and killed Sheila and her 2 children, Daniel von Nicholas. He then staged the scene to make it look like Sheila was the perpetrator, he placing the carbine in her hands. With his crime complete, he left the house on his bike. He called his girlfriend, Julie, almost revealing what he had done, and then called the police to report that Neville had allegedly called him. However, if Neville was threatened with a weapon, he would contact the police, not Jeremy. Jeremy's actions seemed to make everyone feel strange. Why didn't he come to the crime scene immediately after Neville's call? After considering the evidence and various assumptions, the jury deliberated for 9 hours and reaching a verdict. Ultimately, Jeremy Bamber was convicted of 5 murders and sentenced to 5 life terms in prison with no chance of parole. Jeremy, meanwhile, maintains his innocence. The case of Laura Conley. On March 15, 1978, in the United States, a girl named Laura was born. She was the 3rd child of Carlene and James. Laura is very close to her sisters, and her parents always love and care for their children with all their heart. However, everything changed when Carlene and James divorced. At that time, Laura was still a teenager, and her parents' divorce affected her very much. During her difficult times, she turned to alcohol and then became addicted to psychotropic substances. Her mother, Carlene, believed these issues stemmed from the divorce and blamed herself for her struggles. Carlene was born on June 13, 1945, in Virginia. Her 3 daughters are always her number one priority, and she feels responsible for everything that happens to them. She feels guilty because her divorce has affected Laura, her youngest daughter. This guilt causes she to seek to justify Lara's actions. As a mother, she was always supportive and tried to help Laura through her challenges. However, other family members and acquaintances often found Laura irritable and always wanting attention. Even though 20 years have passed since Lara's parents divorced, when her 2 older sisters were married and living on their own, she continued to live in a family home. She was unemployed and continued to demand attention from her mother, Carlene. At one point, Laura has a boyfriend, and he moves in with her and her mother, Carlene. Laura believed she was mentally ill and repeatedly sought medical help to be prescribed psychotropic medication. Eventually, medical professionals stopped prescribing these medications to her. Because of craving for psychotropic drugs, she begins sneaking into neighbors' houses to steal any pills she can find. She also took advantage of her mother's kindness, repeatedly calling her mother at work and bothering her for various reasons. This eventually forced her mother to quit her job. In 2008, Laura was convicted of a minor shoplifting offense, but was quickly released after her mother, Carlene, posted bail for her. Unfortunately, the situation only worsened. At first she just scolded her mother, but gradually she started abusing her mother. Despite being hurt, but Carlene did not want to report her daughter to the authorities or have her thrown out of the house. On one occasion, after a violent incident, specialists were called to assess Lara's mental health. Even then, Carlene allowed Laura to return home, believing it was her duty as a mother to care for her. Lara's anger is not only directed at her mother but also at her boyfriend, Chris Lewin. She was taken to court twice for attacking him. One incident occurred in late October 2014, when she woke him from his sleep and accused him of cheating. Their argument quickly turned into violence. During the scuffle, she bit he and used a kitchen knife, causing a minor wound to his arm. This incident resulted in Laura being charged with a misdemeanor and she having to attend anger management therapy. Even though she was over 35 years old at that time, her behavior remained unchanged. A few months later, on January 7, 2015, Laura was arrested again. This time, she bit Chris's finger when he tried to stop her from attacking Carlene. He cannot understand why she resents her mother, Carlene, so much. Carlene always wholeheartedly took care of her 3 daughters and 5 grandchildren, whom she cherished deeply. Carlene tried her best to take care of Laura, providing everything she thought could help Laura overcome her problems. Sadly, despite Carlene's unconditional love and good intentions, Lara's cruel actions towards her were not stopped. On March 14, 2015, Laura called 911 to report an incident at her mother Carlene's home. She told the operator that there had been a home invasion and that her mother had been fatally shot. Officers from the Independence, Taylor Mill, and Covington police departments quickly arrived at the scene and were met with a gruesome sight. Laura was covered in blood, and Carlene, a 69-year-old woman, was lying on the kitchen counter, barely alive and suffering from multiple stab wounds. When police questioned Laura about what had happened, she claimed she couldn't remember, saying she had lost consciousness. However, she mentioned that, 2 hours earlier, a group of people knocked on the door asking for candy, a common occurrence during Halloween, despite Halloween being months away. She gave police various descriptions of the suspects, prompting authorities to launch a search. Police set up a cordon in the area, but no one matching Lara's descriptions was found. To further investigate, the police brought Laura to the station for questioning. During the interrogation, she shared additional details about the assailants, but also introduced inconsistencies. For example, she believed she was targeted because she has not paid the drug dealers. She later gave contradictory accounts of how she discovered Carlene's body. She initially said that when she got home, she found Carlene dead. She later said she slept in the basement, and after waking up and going upstairs, she saw Carlene's body lying on the kitchen floor. Hours after the investigation began, detectives Mike Richmond and Jim Moore from the Independence Police Department quickly identified Laura as being involved in the case. It became clear that she had lied to the police about what happened. Evidence showed that there was no break-in, and no fingerprints were found on the doors or windows. This led investigators to conclude that Laura was the only person in the house when her mother, Carlene, was murdered. Early on the morning of Sunday, March 15th, Laura's 37th birthday, authorities arrested her for the murder of Carlene. The following day, Monday, March 16th, Laura appeared in court via video link. She asserted that she was not guilty. However, she was detained without bail and sent to county jail, facing charges of murder and domestic violence. The court also prohibited her from having any contact with her boyfriend, Chris. Prosecutor Rob Sanders said Carlene's murder had come as a huge shock to local residents, as their area was known for its safety and low crime rates. He stressed that the case was still under investigation and admitted that it was still unclear what had happened. He also said that the reason why Laura committed such a serious crime would soon be clarified. The forensic report revealed the brutal nature of the attack. An autopsy showed that Carlene had been stabbed 77 times. She also had 27 defensive wounds and 2 bite marks. On March 24th, Laura appeared before a judge. She explained that she had no money, making her unable to afford a lawyer. In response, the judge assigned her a public defender and proceeded with the hearing. During the court proceedings, Detective Michael Richmond testified that there was no evidence of forced entry. He stated that Laura herself had opened the door to let the police in, and at the time of the incident, only she and Carlene were at home. Detectives reported that inside the home, they found Carlene on the kitchen floor, surrounded by several knives. He also reported that when they saw Laura, she was covered in blood, which was found on her shirt, arms, legs, face, and even on her lips and nose. After reviewing police testimony, the judge sent the case to the jury. On April 16, 2015, Laura Conley was formally charged with the murder of her mother, Carlene Conley. During the trial, the jury heard testimony from approximately 50 witnesses. The prosecution bolstered its case with testimony from police officers involved in the investigation and members of Carlene's family. The defense argued that Laura acted in self-defense. According to her lawyer, the stabbing incident happened due to stress when she was attacked by Carlene. When Laura testified, she told the jury that she and Carlene had been arguing about how she usually celebrated her birthday. During the argument, Carlene picked up a heavy object and struck her on the head. Laura claimed she could not remember anything that happened after being hit, including the 911 call she made. The jury was told that after the crime, when Laura was given a medical examination, experts confirmed that she had cuts on her head and back, along with bruises on her body and a hematoma under her eye. On March 23, 2017, the defense and prosecutors presented their closing arguments. Assistant District Attorney Lawrence presented the evidence to the jury and emphasized the inconsistencies and unverified claims in Laura's defense. That same day, after 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found Laura Conley guilty of first-degree murder and recommended a sentence of 27 years in prison. Before the sentencing, Carlene's relatives submitted statements about Laura's influence on Carlene. Virginia, a daughter of Carlene and is Laura's biological sister, described her younger sister as extremely evil and sick. One of Virginia's daughters also criticized Laura harshly. Judge Leake sentenced Laura to 27 years in prison, as recommended by the jury. Another of Carlene's daughters commented that Laura was strange and denied accusations that their mother was cruel. She insisted their mother was not responsible for the conflict, denied allegations that their mother had ever harmed Laura. Lara's defense later filed a motion for a new trial. Lawyers argued that the sentence was invalid because Laura was not given the funds to hire a psychologist who could assess and confirm her mental health conditions, which included issues such as bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. The defense also claimed that, leading up to the incident, Laura had consumed excessive alcohol, along with a nausea medication meant to induce drowsiness. Despite this, she reportedly had not slept for 4 to 5 days. However, the judge dismissed the appeal, rejecting these arguments, and ordered a court-appointed assessment of Laura by mental health experts. After reviewing the experts' report, the court ultimately overturned its initial decision. It was determined that Laura had the right to an independent expert. Additionally, the defense argued for the cancellation of the preliminary trial and called for a new trial, claiming that a mistake had led to Laura being found guilty. The prosecutor's office was permitted to present evidence of a previous attack committed by Laura. In June 2019, the Kent Supreme Court ruled that the trial court had made an error. The decision quashed Lara's 27-year prison sentence and ordered a new trial. However, despite winning the right to a new trial, Laura chose to avoid the retrial and instead signed a plea agreement. This reduced her sentence to 20 years, and she will become eligible for parole in 2032. Laura is currently being held at the Women's Correctional Facility in Kent. For Carlene's loved ones, Lara's conviction marked the end of the legal process, but it did not heal the pain. Their family will never be the same. Carlene's 2 daughters had to continue their lives without their mother's comforting words and warm embrace. The fact that a family member was responsible for Carlene's tragic death makes this story even more heartbreaking. Laura killed her own mother and has shown no remorse for her actions. The case of Sarah Douglas. Sarah Douglas was born in 1987 in Sacramento, California, into a family of 5 siblings. They always get along and help each other. From an early age, her parents commented that she was a girl with a gentle and cheerful personality. However, during her teenage years, her personality changed significantly. She started associating with a group of troubled teens and her to spend all her free time with them. As a result, she quickly dropped out of school. At the age of 19, Sarah started dating a boyfriend named Nicholas. In 2007, when she was 20, she became pregnant. By this time, her relationship with Nicholas was deteriorating, and they often fought over minor issues. The arrival of their child only increased the conflict between them, causing them to decide to separate. Nicholas moved to Santa Rosa, a city 150 kilometers away, where he began a new life with another woman. Despite being separated, he still cares for their son, and the 2 share custody. Sarah found herself in a challenging situation. As a young single mother, with a young child to care for, and education level is not high, she had difficulty making ends meet. Her parents were busy raising their own younger children and couldn't offer her much support. Although her mother and sister helped whenever they could, it still wasn't enough financially. She needed to find a way to earn money. Eventually, Sarah decided to work as an escort, drawn in by the good pay and flexible hours. She has an attractive appearance and quickly became famous in this industry, helping her earn a good income. However, she did not know much about the risks involved in this profession. After a few years as a call girl, she met Orville Fleming, a man who gave her the stability and security she had always craved. She hopes to quit her current job, find a husband, as well as a father for her son, and finally get her life on track. She believes so blindly in her dream that she does not notice the dangers around her. Orville Fleming was born in 1958 in California. Before he met Sarah, he was a happy husband and father. He dedicated over 30 years to his career as a fire chief, earning the respect of his community. He served for 24 years, including 3 years in Modesto. In 1993, he became a fire engineer with the California Department of Forestry. Thanks to his excellent performance, he was promoted to captain and became a battalion chief in 2012. Throughout his career, Orville built an impressive resume and reputation. He also worked part-time as an instructor at a fire academy, where he shared his valuable experience and trained future firefighters. Through hard work, he earned about $130,000 a year, enough to enjoy a wealthy lifestyle. When his children were grown, he and his wife could enjoy a comfortable life and their own pleasures. However, beneath the facade of this seemingly happy family lay a troubling secret about Orville. He spent most of his money on encounters with young escorts, as he found family life dull and craved excitement with attractive young women. He met these women through dating sites and escort services, and that led him to Sarah, a 20-year-old girl, 30 years younger than him. In his intimate relationships with these young girls, he sought the variety that was missing from his long-term marriage. His wife is a discreet woman, so he often turns to call girls to satisfy his private needs. After meeting the beautiful Sarah online, Orville began dating her regularly. She charges $300 an hour for each meeting. He became very fond of her, and their encounters began to occur more frequently. She opened up to him about her struggles, earning Orville's sympathy, which gradually evolved into love. He loved Sarah so much that he decided to divorce his wife to start a new life with her, and she agreed. Orville decided to take action immediately. He soon had a conversation with his wife, leading him to leave her and their 2 children to be with his mistress, Sarah. He purchased a house in a quiet suburb near Sacramento. Sarah joyfully shared the news with her family, believing that her life would improve and that she could finally create a stable family. She promised Orville that she would quit the escort service and never return to that line of work. Everything seemed to be going well. However, Sarah's family was concerned about the age difference between her and her boyfriend. She was only 24 years old, while her boyfriend Orville was 54 years old enough to be her father. However, he seemed to be a thoughtful family man, which helped ease their worries. They saw this as a happy time in Sarah's life and supported her, not wanting to affect her happiness. At the start of their life together, everything seemed perfect and joyful. Orville tries to arrange the house so that Sarah and her son feel as comfortable as possible. She gave up her job as a call girl and started a normal life, becoming a housewife. Their life felt like a fairy tale, a perfect home, and a loving relationship. Sarah wishes to have a closer relationship, and she also wants to marry Orville. Her dreams seem to come true when Orville presented her with an expensive engagement ring, adorned with a large diamond. She accepted his proposal, but her happiness was short-lived. Orville turned out to be very jealous and controlling. He was possessive and wanted to monitor her every move, making her report on everything she did. He realized that she was financially dependent on him, and he used that to control her life, making her completely attached to him. The relationship lasted several years until Sarah grew impatient. Orville exhibits obsessive behavior and wants to control the people she interacts with, even in public. This led to suspicions and arguments between them. Additionally, conflicts arose with Orville's wife, Megan, who was still legally married to him. He filed for divorce, but the process took a long time, giving her more time to pressure him over financial matters. By early 2014, the situation had become very tense. Megan frequently calls Orville to ask him to pay off his debt and give her more money. She was particularly upset about the large sums he spent on call girl service, which often left Sarah in tears. At this point, Sarah and Orville's relationship had significantly deteriorated. She began spending more time with her mother and sister, and during one conversation, she admitted that she wanted to end the relationship due to the mounting problems. Sarah realized that continuing the relationship was a mistake. However, she did not think that her decision to leave him could lead to serious consequences. On Wednesday, April 30, 2014, Sarah's day started like any other. She sent her son to visit his biological father for a few days and planned a vacation with her mother and sister. They first went to a casino where they enjoyed themselves until 11 p.m. During that time, Orville kept calling and texting her, but she chose not to respond. He was upset that she ignored his request not to have fun while he was away. As midnight approached, Stephanie, Sarah's sister, took her back to the house she shared with Orville, and they said their goodbyes. Once inside the house, Sarah immediately noticed a strong smell of gas. She went to the kitchen and saw that the gas burners left on. Alarmed, she called her sister Stephanie to let her know that Orville had neglected to turn off the gas. It was obvious he wanted to poison her. Suddenly, a scream was heard, startling she. Orville had unexpectedly shown up, disrupt her and Stephanie's phone call. Then, all Stephanie could hear was her terrified screams. Assuming it was just another argument between lovers, Stephanie decided to hang up and go to bed. Early in the morning, Stephanie decided to call Sarah to find out what had happened the previous night. She dialed Sarah's number, but was surprised when there was no answer, as Sarah usually stayed in touch. As anxiety grew over Sarah's lack of response, she and her aunt went to Sarah's house around 8 a.m. to check. They rang the doorbell and knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Just as they were about to leave, her aunt tried the door handle, and to their surprise, the door opened. This was unusual behavior, which made them even more worried, but they decided to go inside. Once inside, they found the living room in disarray, with furniture out of place and items scattered everywhere. They cautiously made their way to the bedroom, hoping to find Sarah. At that moment, a neighbor heard them screaming from the window. He saw them running out of Sarah's house, clearly terrified. When he asked what was wrong, they told him there was a human body inside the house. The neighbor immediately called 911 to report the situation. By 9 a.m., officers were on the scene. Several officers worked together to calm and interview the witness. In the bedroom, the officers discovered clear evidence of a struggle. A young woman lay face down on the floor, showing no signs of life. She had injuries on her body and neck, including cuts and a sheet tied around her throat. Blood was splattered on the bed and walls. In the bathroom, they found a bloody towel thrown into the washing machine. All the windows were tightly closed. They quickly secured the crime scene and started their investigation. Forensic experts arrived to gather evidence, and the body was taken to the morgue for an autopsy to determine the cause of death. The witnesses identified Sarah Douglas, who was 26 years old when she died. The autopsy revealed that she suffered at least 14 stab and cut wounds, likely inflicted with a kitchen knife. There were also signs of suffocation on her neck, which was determined to be the cause of death. Forensic experts discovered multiple bruises and evidence of beatings on her body, indicating she had fought back fiercely. Blood tests showed that at the time of her death, she was neither drunk nor under the influence of drugs. Sarah's aunt and sister informed detectives that she had previously worked as a call girl, but quit after meeting Orville. Despite their age difference, she believed he was a good man who could help her build a better life. However, their relationship had become strained in recent months, and she had decided to end things with him. Additionally, Sarah's sister Stephanie informed detectives about everything she heard on her cell phone the night before. It was likely that Orville attacked Sarah and killed her out of jealousy. As a result, he became the primary suspect in the brutal murder, and a warrant was issued for his arrest. Despite their best efforts to search for him, they still couldn't find him. He was not at home, at work, with his ex-wife Megan, or with his relatives. He had gone into hiding, prompting the police to place him on a statewide wanted list. Just a day after the search began, Orville's official car was found abandoned near a house, but there was no sign of him being there, nor any clues as to where he might have gone. Police have gathered detailed information about Orville and issued a wanted poster stating that he is a particularly dangerous criminal. The database indicated that he owned 2 pistols, but they were not found in his car or at the murder scene. It is believed he was carrying them and may resist arrest. Citizens were alerted to stay vigilant and report any suspicious individuals, while also being advised to exercise caution and avoid confrontations with Orville, who may be armed and very dangerous. The search operation lasted over 2 days. During this time, family and friends gathered near Sarah's home, closely following the search and hoping for any news. They came to honor her memory as a victim of domestic violence. The media also took a keen interest in the case, tracking the police investigation closely. Orville's colleagues were equally shocked by the incident. They knew him as a kind, positive person and a professional with a stellar reputation who had consistently demonstrated his integrity on the job. However, it is worrying that he disappears soon after the death of his young lover Sarah, raising suspicions about his involvement. 5 days later, Orville was fired from his position as head of the fire department because he failed to report to work without any explanation. Given the circumstances, this was merely a bureaucratic formality. Meanwhile, the search is being extended to areas where he may be hiding. He is experienced in outdoor activities and regularly participates in challenging hikes. His endurance and survival skills are evident in extreme conditions. He is known for training in remote wilderness areas for long periods of time that few people know about. Even though there is a lot of information surrounding the case, the situation seems to be becoming more tense. Orville's wife, Megan, decided to make the situation more serious. She claimed that he and other members of the California Fire Brigade often invited escorts to the fire station for entertainment. Megan said she had seen videos showing these women arriving at the fire station and having fun inside the fire trucks. She also mentioned that a woman named Sarah had been present on a couple of occasions. The police received information regarding the situation and visited the fire station to speak with the employees and verify the details. However, they were unable to locate any video recordings or photographs that Megan had mentioned. Megan could not provide this evidence either, leaving the rumors unconfirmed. In addition, Megan also said that during the time Orville was having an affair with Sarah, he had run up a large debt due to his addiction to prostitutes. She asked him to pay the debt, but he never did. She also mentioned a diamond engagement ring that she suspected was fake. She also convinced the police that Sarah, Orville's mistress, had been stalking her, alleging that Sarah frequently called and threatened her. As a result, she sought a restraining order against Sarah, but this claim could not be substantiated as there was no evidence of harassment. It appeared that she may have fabricated these accusations to further tarnish Sarah's reputation in the eyes of the public. After 2 weeks of thorough investigation, the court denied Megan's request for divorce. On May 26, 2014, Orville was finally captured at a bus stop near where his official car was found. He had been hiding in the forest, but was spotted when he ventured out to buy food, despite having shaved his mustache and attempted to disguise himself. He was taken into custody without issue. He did not have a gun and surrendered to police. After his arrest, he needed special supervision. It was emphasized that Sarah had worked for several years at an escort agency. On May 20, 2014, Orville appeared in court. He claimed he could not afford a lawyer, but maintained his innocence. 10 days after the initial hearing, the city's road patrol began a new investigation into illegal activities involving members of the fire department where Orville worked. By October 2014, after the hearing had officially lasted more than a month, Orville formally pleaded not guilty. Sarah's family was shocked by Orville's arrogance, especially when he winked at the public defender. The prosecution detailed the troubled relationship between Sarah and he. He is portrayed as a jealous man who wants complete control over Sarah's life. He prohibited her from working, took away her personal bank account and mobile phone, and restricted her from using her own vehicle. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway into misconduct at the fire department where Orville worked. On December 29, 2014, the investigation confirmed that there was inappropriate sexual behavior between firefighters after hours. Although the video recordings mentioned by Megan were never located, but the investigation led to 16 firefighters being placed on administrative leave. In June 2015, the Orville trial entered its final stages. The defense presented defendant Orville in a favorable light, arguing that he was a victim influenced by Sarah, a prostitute with drug and alcohol problems. They argued that he was exploited and pointed out that he did not recall the argument with Sarah. This strategy was intended to help reduce the charges against him. As part of this strategy, the defense also sought to discredit Sarah. On the night of the incident, a violent argument erupted, which was overheard by her older sister, Stephanie. However, Orville described experiencing a dissociative state, likening it to being a zombie, as he went to the kitchen to get a knife. He then returned to the bedroom and stabbed Sarah multiple times. Next, he began strangling her until she showed no signs of life. He maintained that he could not remember the details, stating that the incident played out in his mind like disjointed fragments. Orville attempted to sway the jury by expressing deep remorse for his actions. The prosecution aimed to demonstrate that he was not telling the truth. They presented recorded interrogations where his statements contradicted his testimony during the trial. This discrepancy damaged his credibility and led the court to pursue a first-degree murder charge. On June 24, 2015, just 2 days after the debate ended and just before his birthday, Orville Fleming was charged with second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Sarah's death had a devastating impact, not only on her, but also on those around her. A few months later, her brother Leroy, who was very close to her, died, unable to cope with the grief of losing his younger sister. The case of Sisette Abigail. Sisette Abigail was born in 1996 in Mexico. At 21, she met Luis Alfonso Alvarez Lopez, a 31-year-old man, also from Mexico. They eventually decided to live together in an apartment located in Building 27 on Paseo de la Reforma in Colonia Tabacalera, Cuauhtémoc District, Mexico City, where Luis worked as the building administrator. Luis is a con artist, especially targeting women. He used deception to manipulate women into giving him money. While some considered him attractive, his true skill lay in his ability to manipulate others. He often fabricated tragic stories about his family to gain sympathy and achieve his goals. In one case, he swindled about $6,000 from a young woman by claiming his brother had been kidnapped by a group. In another instance, he convinced a girlfriend that he wanted to marry her and asked for money to buy an apartment where they would live together. However, he never purchased the apartment, disappeared with her savings, and the wedding never occurred, despite her having an engagement ring. Luis pulled off one of the most daring scams by faking his own death 3 times, earning him the nickname the Lord of Swindles. These incidents took place in 2016. The first incident occurred on May 19th, when he circulated his photo, shows that he was one of the victims of the Egypt Air Flight 804 crash. The second fake death happened on June 12th, during the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida. The third incident occurred on June 28th, when another social media user shared his photo, claiming he was their brother, who had gone missing after the Istanbul airport attack in Turkey. Following these incidents, Louis' image went viral on social media and was picked up by international media. Days after Louis' third fake death, French media began investigating the situation. They were curious about how the same photo appeared in 3 separate tragedies and whether Louis himself was behind the posts or if someone else was responsible. It was revealed that Louis did not post his photo online. Instead, individuals to whom he owed money shared it. These people accused him of being a fraud and tried to ruin his reputation, they portraying him as a liar. French media contacted some of them, and one explained how Louis had manipulated others. On May 19th, when the Egypt airplane disappeared into the sea, a user on a social network shared Louis' photo, claiming it was their brother, Louis, who had been on the plane. This misinformation somehow reached the BBC. The BBC later published this information. However, the following day, after verifying the passenger list and realizing the error, the BBC retracted the story. One victim of Louis said she sued him for fraud, but she never got her money back. Frustrated, she decided to post his photo online so that everyone would recognize him as a scammer. Concerning the nightclub attack in Orlando, a reputable newspaper edited a video to show Louis as one of the victims. The newspaper also reported that the incident may have been an attempt to frame him. A French TV station managed to interview Louis, giving him a chance to defend himself. During the interview, he admitted that he had unresolved fraud cases in Mexico. However, he explained that he had not filed complaints against those who shared his photo because news in Mexico was of little importance to him and did not affect him. Through these incidents, Louis managed to win over Sisette, just as he had charmed other women. He persuaded her to move in with him. She was very happy because this was the first time she lived with a man, and she believed he would become her lifelong partner. However, things did not go as she had hoped. Initially, everything seemed fine, but over time, Louis revealed his controlling behavior. He prohibited she from having friends and prevented her from contacting her family or colleagues. He forbade her from working and essentially kept her confined at home. Her only role was to assist him with some administrative tasks related to the building. Beyond that, she had no interaction with anyone else. This isolation led to frequent arguments. Over time, the situation got worse, and Louis abused her. The tragedy began on Friday, September 18, 2020. Sisette spoke to her parents for the last time, promising to join them for lunch on Sunday, September 20th. However, she never showed up. She stopped responding to calls or messages, which deeply worried her parents. They reached out to Louis, but he claimed he didn't know her whereabouts. He explained that they had argued because he had gone to visit his mother in Tala without taking Sisette along. Even when relatives visited Louis' home, he insisted she wasn't there. Although concerned, but Sisette's parents initially believed Louis. However, they found it very unusual that she had left without informing anyone, and they couldn't reach her. Their calls went straight to voicemail. It became clear over time that her phone had been turned off. Extremely desperate, her family began searching for her by contacting friends and colleagues. Former colleagues and others have posted her photo on social media, appealing for information to help find her. Sadly, the search yielded no results, and it seemed as though she had vanished without a trace. Left with no other choice, her parents decided to ask the police for help. When Louis learned that Sisette's parents were filing a complaint, he didn't object, but refused to go with them, saying he needed to take his dog to the vet. This confused Sisette's mother, who could not understand why he was so indifferent to the disappearance of Sisette, the woman he always claimed to love. Others also began to suspect him. During police questioning, Luis stated that at the time of Cezit's disappearance, he was in Tala with his mother. While he had an alibi, the police were struck by his lack of concern over Cezit's situation. On September 25, 2020, the Prosecutor General's office ordered a search for Cezit, who is still missing. Investigators, along with her family, spent 3 weeks searching, checking morgues and other locations, but found no clues. Eventually, they decided to return to the building where Cezit lived with Luis to conduct a more detailed search. On October 9th, Cezit's body was found wrapped in a sheet, lying inside the same building where she lived with Luis, at apartment number 1006. Initially, there were no visible signs of a struggle in the room, no blood or evidence of a fight. However, when investigators used luminol, it became apparent that this was the crime scene. They uncovered numerous bloodstains that had been cleaned up. The stains trailed from the main room to the bathroom, suggesting the body had been dragged between rooms. A large cleaned-up pool of blood was also found. Based on this evidence, a murder investigation was launched. Cezit's body was sent to a medical facility for further examination. The results showed that she had been brutally beaten all over her body. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Luis became the primary suspect in the case because he was the last person to see Cezit alive. He had reason to hide her body in the building, as he was the manager of the place, and their strained relationship made the motive all the more obvious. The police began searching other apartments in the building, including the apartment where Luis lives. There, they discovered some of Cezit's belongings, along with a significant quantity of illegal substances. Luis was discovered to be in possession of 50 bags of illegal drugs, along with 11 bank cards and an identity card. DNA tests and fingerprint analysis were conducted to determine whether Luis had been in the apartment where Cezit's body was discovered. DNA analysis from the crime scene confirmed traces of both Luis and Cezit, and his fingerprints were also found on her body. Investigation agency in Mexico City have issued an arrest warrant for Luis. At that time, he was in prison for possession of illegal drugs. During a hearing for the drug charges, Judge Landerange granted Luis conditional release, requiring him to post bail and report every 15 days. However, during the same hearing, the Bureau of Investigation issued a warrant for his arrest for Cezit's murder. Judge Hector Fernando Rojo San Pacheco issued the warrant, and Luis was arrested again. This time, he was transferred to the Eastern Detention Center, where he will be held until his trial for the Cezit murder case takes place. The hearing was delayed due to Luis' health issues. However, on November 8th, he was officially charged with murder. The court accepted all the evidence presented by the prosecutor, identified him as involved in the crime, and confirmed his pre-trial detention as a precautionary measure. Furthermore, a 2.5-month deadline has been set to complete the further investigation. This information was widely spread, and details about his past as the Lord of Swindles began to be made public. A photo of him began to distributed, prompting many acquaintances to share what they knew about him. One of these individuals was Luis' ex-girlfriend, Anna. She said they met online in 2010, but only met in person in 2012. She claimed to have witnessed numerous fraudulent schemes he orchestrated to deceive people. She explained that his scams had enabled him to live a lavish lifestyle, allowing him to afford a luxury apartment and car. He often flaunted his wealth to impress his friends. Despite his efforts to mingle with wealthy individuals, he was looked down upon. According to Anna, he had been involved in scams since he was 18. Him telling her how he began by posting fake ads for mobile phones online, tricking people into paying without ever delivering the products. Anna explained that Luis had deceived many people using various methods. He told her that his father had passed away and left him a company, but she later discovered this was a lie. She claimed to have seen his phone and saw him chatting with many people using fake names. Additionally, she revealed that he was cruel to animals, such as attaching rockets to cats and burning dogs. Anna claimed that Luis stayed at her house for a while after undergoing plastic surgery, during which her dog, Bruno, was often with him. She recounted coming home on several occasions to find her dog frightened and limping. Once, she noticed her dog had urinated on the bed, something he had never done before. She also observed that the dog could not walk properly, was struggling to breathe, and had a broken back leg. She immediately suspected Luis, but he denied harming the dog. However, a veterinarian later confirmed that these injuries were caused by abusive behavior. In Anna's view, Luis' cruelty to animals was what eventually led him to start abusing people. She said that while they were still together, she to suspect that he was showing signs of mental illness and was convinced that he was responsible for Cezet's death. Although authorities had enough evidence to show that Luis was the one who killed Cezet, her family and friends had to wait nearly 3 years to see justice served. His legal team used various tactics to delay the trio. During this time, Cezet's parents actively participated in rallies demanding justice. Finally, on April 28, 2023, the Supreme Court of Mexico found Luis Alfonso Alvarez Lopez guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 39 years, 4 months, and 15 days in prison. Although he was only sentenced to a minimum of 39 years in prison, while the maximum sentence could have been up to 70 years, but Cezet's parents felt that the result was fair and they were satisfied with it. Finally, after a long process, justice has been served. Luis is now in prison. This can be considered the best outcome, considering the dangers he has caused to society. The case of Alexander Jackson. Cedar Rapids is a city in Lynn County, Iowa, United States. It is the industrial and cultural center of the state, with a population of about 130,000. It exemplifies the blend of modern urban living with rural traditions in America. Jackson's family used to live on Oak Street, Cedar Rapids, and then they moved to Oregon. The Jacksons were a well-off family and had a harmonious family life. The children were well-behaved and did not exhibit any aggressive behavior. The Jacksons relocated in September 2011. Jan and Melissa Jackson purchased a 320 square meter house for $400,000. Their 2 children were Alexander, known as Alexander, and their younger daughter Sabrina, with a 1.5-year age gap between them. Jan retired after a successful career in information technology, while Melissa, who had been a photographer, became a stay-at-home mom after their children were born to focus on raising them. Their family could afford their children's college education and yearly vacations to resorts, and they lived in a large, beautiful house. In the evenings, the parents prioritized spending quality time with their children, engaging in activities such as watching movies or playing board games. They also engaged in lively discussions on various topics, including economics and the children's future. Alexander, though quiet and shy, but he easily makes friends. On the contrary, Sabrina is more outgoing and talkative. After finishing school, Alexander developed a passion for video games, often playing late into the night and chatting online with friends. He graduated from Kennedy High School in 2019. During that time, Alexander played the flute, and Sabrina played the oboe in the school symphony orchestra. Here, he partnered with an organization to create a project to renovate a house in the historic downtown area. He spent many hours painting the interior house to make it habitable for low-income families. His efforts were featured in the local newspaper, highlighting his dedication to socially beneficial project. Additionally, he participated in scouting. Sabrina excelled in her studies and was very active. In December 2019, she represented the presidential candidate during his visit to Sedora Pizza to discuss global warming issues. It was likely during this time that her brother, Alexander, began to feel distant from her. On the contrary, his father, Jan, are very close to him. However, Melissa and Sabrina behaved in ways that irritated him, particularly their lack of understanding or acceptance of his interest in gaming. Their differing views on life frustrated him, and when he discovered that Sabrina planned to vote for an independent candidate in her first election, his disdain for her grew. Perhaps he had harbored resentment all along, but it was only now that he realized how different his sister, Sabrina, was from him. At that moment, he realized that he would no longer be able to look at her the same way as before. Nor would he be able to cherish her the way he used to. Sabrina and Alexander were opposites in many respects: academics, extracurricular activities, and personality. Sabrina was a strong student, while Alexander did not, though he had no health or substance abuse issues. His difficulties were with his studies. This caused conflict with his father. Initially, they gave he a chance, but his grades continued to decline. He managed to complete only one semester, then his academic performance plummeted, resulting in failed exams. He had previously worked at the university food court but eventually quit that job as well. Alexander always dreamed of opening his own business, but he didn't know how to achieve it. At the end of the semester, when the children returned to their parents' house for the summer, Jan learned about his son's problems with his studies. Alexander, unable to hold back, he decided to take drastic measures. He gave Alexander an option: find a job or move out if he didn't want to continue studying. At that moment, Alexander felt a betrayal that hurt. On the morning of June 15, 2021, everything seemed routine. The neighbors had no idea that just a few doors away, in a house basement, lay the body of a man who had been shot. At 8:23 a.m., Alexander called 911, reported encountering a weaponed man at his home. He said the intruder came up from the basement, where his father, Jan, was staying. The intruder then shot his entire family and injured him. When the officers arrived, they discovered a blood-soaked scene, with 3 bodies in different rooms. Doctors later confirmed that Jan, Melissa, and Sabrina were all deceased, each suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. They had been shot at point-blank range, with a total of 10 bullets fired. The police searched the property and quickly found a Browning .22 semi-automatic rifle, which had been used in the crime. Surprisingly, the neighbors had neither heard nor noticed the gunshots. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Jan had left a rifle on the fireplace, making it easily accessible. It was used in the family's murder. He had left it there after cleaning it the previous day. Normally, the rifle was stored in a locked gun cabinet. It is believed he was taking the stairs to the basement when he was shot. The killer then shot him 2 more times in the head. The killer proceeded to Sabrina's bedroom and shot her in the chest and stomach. Finally, he found Melissa's mother in the main bedroom and shot her in the head, leaving her body on the floor. Alexander described the attacker as a dark-skinned man, wearing green sneakers and black clothing. During the investigation, investigators found no signs of forced entry and no valuables were missing. The shooter's motive and method of entry into the house remained unclear. Investigators quickly questioned all the neighbors and collected CCTV footage. Reviewing the footage revealed that no one entered or left the house, caused many doubts about Alexander's testimony. The house was isolated, located on a hill with only one access road. Behind it were bushes that police thoroughly searched, looking for a hidden escape route for the attacker, but found none. Detectives begin investigating family matters and discover that Alexander has recently clashed with Jan and has a strained relationship with Melissa and Sabrina. He admitted to these issues, and it was speculated that the motive could be an inheritance of around $2 million. He was evidently hiding something, which was the first suspicion of the police officers. After being wounded, He was taken to the hospital for medical care, and the officers continued to interrogate him during the ride. Many of his statements were inconsistent. For instance, he initially told dispatcher 911 that all members of his family were shot, except him. However, in the ambulance, he appears surprised to learn that his sister, Sabrina, has also died. Alexander claimed he slept until 8 a.m., but it was discovered that his social media was active at 6 a.m., contradicting his story. Additionally, a pool of blood was found next to his bed, and forensic examination determined that he had shot himself in the leg at that spot, then bandaged the wound, went downstairs, and met the police. This contradicted his claim that an attacker shot him while he was downstairs. The nature of the wound made detectives suspicious, as the examination showed he shot himself in the leg. The bullet's trajectory and skin burns indicated a close-range shot. Detectives don't believe that a stranger who shot Alexander's entire family would leave him alive. The police tried to persuade Alexander to confess, but he continued to maintain his innocence. After recovering, he was arrested and sent to prison. Bail was set at $3 million, but he did not have that much money and remained in custody. He was charged with the murder of Sabrina, Jan, and Melissa. There was no doubt that Alexander was guilty. He is the only one in the family alive and had a motive. However, for the trial, physical evidence was needed. So investigators continued to collect evidence. According to police, since the 1982 Sitter Pizza case, this is the next known triple murder. The massacres shocked local residents, especially those close to the Jackson family. Their family has lived peacefully in their suburban home for 10 years, and everyone has always felt the family is very united. Part of the trial was conducted via online video because Alexander was recovering from injuries, but he later appeared in court. During the video, he was seen using crutches. The initial investigation focused on the gun used in the murder, which had 3 fingerprints on it. One of them was a fingerprint of the left palm, completely intact and matching Alexander's fingerprints. The second fingerprint is the fingerprint of the right palm, slightly blurred, also matching his. The third fingerprint was too blurred to be recognized. Fingerprints on the rifle suggest it may have been cleaned after killing the Jackson family. Alexander then picked up the gun, pointed the barrel at his feet and shot himself, leaving fingerprints that he did not wipe off. According to experts who spoke at the trial, this rifle has a very special loading and firing mechanism. Even experienced weapons experts have to spend a lot of time and effort to fully understand this type of weapon. The chance that a random burglar, who somehow avoided all cameras, could enter the house, figure out how to use the rifle, load it, and shoot 3 people was extremely low. That seems hard to believe, especially since Alexander is a good shot. He learned to shoot as a scout, and his father also taught him at the shooting range using that exact rifle. Law enforcement officers inspected the house's doors. It was a large residence with multiple entrances and exits, but police found no signs of forced entry at any of the entrances. Only the family members had keys to the house. The prosecution presented its version of incident as follows. Alexander had an argument with his father, Jan, about his academic problems. As a result, Jan told him to either move out or get a job. At that time, he had only $30 in his account. He had nowhere to go and didn't want to work, which became his motive for murder. He noticed that the rifle was easily accessible and saw this as his opportunity. In a fit of anger, he attacked and shot January, fearing that the rest of his family, Melissa and Sabrina, might witness his crime. He killed them too to eliminate any witnesses. He staged a fight, shot himself, and then called 911, claiming that a stranger with a rifle was responsible. The prosecution argued that his fabrication of the robbery story showed he had malicious intent, and he carefully planned it, aiming to avoid responsibility for the murder. The defense argued that these were mere assumptions, not backed by solid evidence. Many witnesses, including neighbors, testified that none of the family members were violent. They had no issues with alcohol, drugs, or mental health. They were all known to be friendly and welcoming. The family has never been in trouble with the law. Many people disagreed with the police's theory that Alexander killed his relatives. Despite some disagreements, but he had no strong motive to harm his family. The lawyer highlighted that he had no history of mental illness or violence. He hasn't had any problems with the law, not even minor infractions like parking tickets. Alexander consistently denied killing his family. He claimed he was shot in the leg by a masked intruder while struggling to get the rifle back. At the time of the incident, Melissa was 68, Jan 61, Sabrina 19, and Alexander was 20 years old. On March 3, 2023, Alexander Jackson was found guilty of the first-degree murder of his family. He was sentenced to 3 life sentences, one for each family member he killed. According to the jury, the court denied him parole. He is under surveillance due to the high risk of ending his own life. This is a common practice in prison for new inmates with life sentences. His defense team immediately filed a motion to request a new trial, but their request was denied. The case of Ashley Bush. Pregnancy and motherhood are often considered joyful times for many women. Families eagerly await the moment they meet their little one. Unfortunately, this did not happen to the Ashley Bush family. Ashley, 33, lives in Benton County, Arkansas, with her fiancé, Josh Willis. They are expecting a new addition to the family, as Ashley is 32 weeks pregnant. The couple has chosen the name Valkyrie Grace for their child. Ashley also has 3 other children. An 8-year-old and a 7-year-old from her previous marriage to Chris Bush, and a 2-year-old from her relationship with Josh. Ashley faced a challenging pregnancy and shared her health issues in online groups for expectant mothers. Due to these complications, her doctor advised her to stop working. During this time, she came across Lucy Barrow, who was selling baby products on social media. Realizing she needed to find a new source of income to support her family, Ashley created the following advertisement. She am currently 30 weeks pregnant and have 3 children to care for. She am unable to work due to health issues, and she fiancé is having multiple back surgeries and also cannot work. She am looking for a part-time job that she can do from home using she mobile phone. Lucy responded to the ad, and they began communicating on Friday, October 28, 2022. They decided to meet at the public library. Ashley was accompanied by Josh, while Lucy arrived alone in a pickup truck. During the meeting, they talked about job opportunities at a company that provides digital platforms for businesses. Lucy shared her positive experiences working there, and Ashley asked for support in her job search. The meeting went well, and Josh commented that Lucy seemed friendly and trustworthy. Lucy then sends Ashley a text message stating that the head of the company is interested in Ashley's application and would like to meet her on Monday, October 31st, 2022, in Bentonville, Kansas, at 9 a.m. They agreed to meet first at the Handy Stop located in the Handy Mart gas station. Lucy plans to drive Ashley to the meeting with her boss. On the day of the meeting, Josh drives Ashley to the designated location. Lucy arrives in the same pickup truck she used for their previous meeting at the library. Ashley gets into Lucy's car and they drive to the interview together while Josh goes to do his own thing. Ashley was with Lucy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but what happened during that time is unclear. Around 3 p.m., Ashley sent a text to Josh saying she was going back to the store where he had dropped her off and asked him to pick her up. Josh drove to the store and waited for Ashley inside. While he was there, he saw Lucy's pickup truck driving past with his pregnant fiancée inside, but the truck did not stop. Lucy noticed him and sped up, quickly leaving the gas station. Josh shouted after her, confident that she heard him but chose to ignore him. He then got into his car and tried to follow the women, heading north on Highway 43, but eventually lost sight of them. Josh later said he clearly saw Lucy driving with Ashley in the passenger seat. He immediately tried to call Ashley, but her phone went to voicemail. It was unusual that Ashley didn't reach out to him. Throughout the evening, Ashley's family attempted to contact her, hoping for any response. Josh also called the company where Ashley was supposed to be interviewing to get more information about Lucy and their scheduled meeting with the manager. However, the company claimed that they had no record of Ashley and no meeting was scheduled. This news shocked Josh, prompting him to post on social media that Ashley was missing. He detailed the situation and described Lucy as a 40-year-old white woman with shoulder-length brown hair. Ashley's family reported her kidnapping to the police, and the police immediately began searching for her. Josh informed the police that Ashley had just had an ultrasound, which showed that they were expecting a girl. Ashley was advised to limit her movements. Josh was extremely worried about Ashley and hoped she would return safely. The police have been searching for her non-stop since she went missing. The Benton County Sheriff's Office issued a missing persons alert that included Lucy's details, the store where they were last seen, and a description of Ashley's appearance on the day she went missing. She was wearing a black hoodie, blue jeans, and black loafers. On November 1st, Josh met with the police, and together they tracked Ashley's phone, which was found abandoned on the side of the highway near the Handy Stop store, where Ashley was supposed to meet Lucy. The police and Josh then went to the store to search for potential witnesses. The store employees were shocked to hear about Ashley's disappearance, as nothing like this had happened there before. The gas station typically sees around 300 visitors daily, and the staff did not recall seeing either Ashley or Lucy. On October 31st, the day Ashley disappeared, a man named Rick came forward with information. He stated that he and a friend were driving south on Highway 43 when they saw another driver heading north. This driver threw a red and black cell phone out of his vehicle. Rick described the vehicle as either a gray or light blue Chevy pickup truck. Police asked the public for assistance by urging anyone in the area that day to review footage from CCTV cameras, doorbells, and video recorders in hopes of uncovering any significant evidence. The police received information regarding the call records of Ashley and Josh's mobile phones to help create a timeline of their movements. Many witnesses reached out to them. Police also started identifying the person named Lucy, with whom Ashley had been in contact. Josh was able to identify the suspect through previous encounters. After investigation, the police were able to locate and identify the suspects. They were Amber and Jamie Waterman. When the police arrived at Amber and Jamie's home, the couple gave them permission to search the home. During the search, the police discovered a gray pickup truck that matched the description of the one Ashley and Lucy had been using. When they inspected the truck, they found blood on the center console, steering wheel, and roof. When police questioned Amber about her whereabouts on the day Ashley went missing, she said she was home all day with her son and daughter. She also mentioned that she was pregnant and in labor that day. That evening, Amber gave birth to a stillborn baby. When police asked Amber about her phone, she said she had lost it. She also said that she was the only one with access to the keys to her gray pickup truck. Amber denied knowing Ashley or ever dating her, but she did admit to knowing Lucy, as they worked together at Walmart. However, she said she was not close to Lucy and had not seen her in a long time. Police questioned Amber's husband, Jamie, about his activities on the day Ashley disappeared. During this questioning, the police seized their pickup truck and sent it to a forensic medical examiner for analysis. Around the same time, FBI agents became involved in the case. Police were looking into the circumstances of Amber's childbirth on the day Ashley went missing. The county sheriff reported that they received calls about a newborn baby not breathing on the night of October 31st, when Ashley was already missing. An ambulance intercepted Amber and Jamie near Longview, Missouri, as they were en route to the hospital, and a medical helicopter was on standby to transport the baby. Unfortunately, was unable to revive the baby, who was later pronounced dead. The coroner was called to take the baby to a local funeral home. The coroner said Amber was found with the placenta in her underwear when paramedics arrived, leading them to believe she had given birth. Amber refused any medical treatment or hospital admission. The baby was taken to a funeral home and Amber's placenta was also collected. On November 1st, Jamie and Amber went to the funeral home to arrange a service for the baby girl, whom they named Dakota, as soon as possible. The next day, November 2nd, they expressed their desire to have her remains cremated. The service was scheduled for 1 p.m. on November 2nd. On the morning of the scheduled funeral, the coroner received a call from police requesting DNA from the deceased baby and insisting on an autopsy. A witness said the funeral was normal, with about 12 people in attendance. The coroner arrived at the funeral home to retrieve the child's body for an autopsy. Amber's mood suddenly changed, and she repeatedly asked if there would be a DNA test. When she received confirmation that there would be, the couple suddenly stood up and left the funeral home. On November 3rd, police obtained a search warrant for Amber's home. During the search, they spoke with her husband, Jamie. He mentioned that on the evening of October 31st, he found blood in their gray Chevy pickup truck but didn't think much of it, assuming it was Amber's blood due to complications from her pregnancy. However, the situation soon took an unexpected turn. After the police finished their initial search and left his house at around 5 a.m. on Wednesday, November 2nd, Amber confessed to Jamie that Lucy did not exist and that she had killed Ashley. She then led Jamie to Ashley's body, which was dressed and lying face down by their boat, covered with a blue tarp. The police, during their preliminary search, did not check that area and therefore did not discover the body. Jamie agreed to help Amber dispose of the body, and they planned to burn it. Amber removed a ring from Ashley's finger and placed it in her pocket. They moved Ashley's body to the fire pit, with Amber uncovering it and dousing it with oil. Amber then gathered firewood to add to the flames. Jamie found an old small sofa, added it to the fire, and they attempted to incinerate Ashley's body for about an hour before Amber ultimately extinguished the flames with a garden hose. They were unable to fully incinerate the body as they had intended. Jamie attempted to remove the body from the burnt pile but found it was still too hot. The couple then loaded the body into the back of Jamie's pickup truck. However, the truck was in poor condition and couldn't drive far. Amber and Jamie found a secluded spot where they left the body. Shortly after, Jamie regretted helping his wife and decided to confess everything to the police. He went to the station to give a statement. After his confession, Jamie led the police to Ashley's body. They was taken aback by the state of the body. An autopsy later showed that the baby had been surgically to take out and the cause of death was a gunshot wound. On November 4th, Josh posted on social media that he was deeply saddened by what had happened. He said it was shocking to think that there were people capable of such acts and described Ashley as a wonderful mother and wife. She was a caring, kind person and did not deserve to go through this. He mentioned that her 3 children had just lost their mother, and he had lost his wife and daughter. He said that they would support each other during this difficult time, but that they were all heartbroken. Ashley Bush was reported missing to the Benton County Sheriff's Office at approximately 6:30 p.m. on October 31st, 2022. Her body was discovered on November 3rd, 2022. Amber and Jamie appeared in court on November 4th for a preliminary hearing. Amber, 42, faces 2 counts of attempted murder and 1 count of kidnapping, while Jamie is charged with being an accessory after the fact. Both were assigned public defenders. The prosecutor requested that they be held without bail until trial due to the seriousness of the charges, and the judge granted the request. The judge determined that Amber posed a danger to society and should remain in custody. They were then taken to the Greene County Jail in Missouri on November 4th. Amber refused to testify and maintained her innocence. It is still unclear where Ashley was murdered. During the investigation, it was discovered that Amber had attempted to lure other pregnant women by offering to sell baby clothes, despite having no clothes to sell. She was successful in this scheme until she met Ashley, who was looking for a job. Amber considered Ashley to be the ideal target. Amber Waterman, 44, was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms in federal prison without parole for the deaths of Ashley Bush and her unborn child. Jamie has not yet been sentenced, but federal law says he could face up to 15 years in prison without parole, prosecutors said. A sentencing hearing will be scheduled after the U.S. Probation Office completes its pre-sentencing investigation. The case of Martin McNeil. Michelle Marie Summers, a well-beauty queen and part-time model from California. She had always cherished 2 things, her family and God. At 21, she met Martin, a 22-year-old man, at an event for Mormon singles. Michelle believed he was the man of her dreams, but her parents did not agree with that. They disapproved of his bold, abrasive personality and felt uneasy around him, wishing that their beloved daughter would not date him. Like Romeo and Juliet, her parents' disapproval only made Michelle find her relationship with Martin more attractive. While her parents saw Martin as a narcissist, she believed he was an ambitious man who had overcome a difficult childhood. When he threatened to end his life if she left him, she agreed to marry him. Then, they eloped and secretly wed in 1978. Their honeymoon was short-lived. Within 6 months of their marriage, Martin was sent to prison, leaving Michelle to spend most of her time alone. Before meeting her, he had forged checks totaling $35,000. In addition to typical items like jewelry and clothing, he bought a grandfather clock, 60 pairs of socks, a refrigerator, and strangest of all, he bought enough chocolate-covered cherries to last a year. He got the idea for check forgery from a TV program about check fraud, which claimed it could be done in 60 minutes. Martin thought he could do it even faster. Sadly, forging checks was just one of Martin's many lies. He almost completely made up the story of his life. He had ambitious plans for his future, despite a difficult childhood. While many young men pick up the guitar to join rock bands and impress women, he chose a different route. He aimed to gain wealth and recognition by becoming a doctor. However, his poor academic record posed an obstacle to his dreams. Undeterred, Martin applied his usual tactic, which was to lie. He first used a fake certificate to enroll in a medical college in Mexico. After studying there for 6 months, he forged more certificates and was accepted into a medical university in California. His plan worked, and in 1984, he officially became a doctor. By that time, he had also taken note of the many attractive women among his patients. Later, when Martin realized the respect people had for lawyers, he decided he wanted a law degree as well. Once again, he pursued this goal dishonestly. While working at the Brigham Young University Clinic, he falsified his application to gain admission to the university's law school. He has been a chiropractor for many years, but if his fake qualifications are exposed, he would have faced severe criminal charges. In 1990, he was caught committing fraud and was banned from writing medical bills for 12 years. In 1998, Martin was expelled from the medical center following allegations of sexual harassment, inappropriate behavior, and incompetence as a doctor. However, this did not deter him. In 2000, the governor of Utah appointed he as the chief physician at the Utah State Development Center. On the surface, he appeared composed and normal, but a closer look revealed otherwise. For example, he frequently threatened to end his life. However, whenever someone criticized his actions, he used this threat. In 1994, after being discovered having an affair with one of his patients, Martin threatened to end his own life. In 2000, after his wife, Michelle, discovered he was watching pornography, he threatened to kill her with a meat cleaver. His 14-year-old son had to intervene and take the knife away. 5 years later, he was caught again watching explicit films and once again threatened to end his life. It was also revealed that Martin had multiple relationships with women across the country. 2 of these women, Anna Osborne and Gypsy Willis, were more than just casual lovers. Anna owned a laser appeal clinic and met Martin in 2005 while he was working as a consultant. At the time, Anna was facing a difficult divorce, and Martin offered to act as a mediator between her and her husband. The reason is that he has specialized training in the field of lawyers. After that, Martin and Anna's relationship quickly became intimate. In conversations, he often bragged that with just the right combination of drugs, he could kill people easily, making death look natural, like a heart attack. He even suggested to Anna that she should kill her husband, but she initially thought that he was only joking. As for Gypsy Willis, she is Martin's true love. They met online in November 2005. Martin presented himself as a doctor and lawyer, he impressing she with his intelligence and charm. At the time, Gypsy was a 29-year-old nursing student. He gradually realized that without she, his life would not be perfect. Until then, he thought he had successfully balanced his double life, keeping his affair hidden from both sides. But he was mistaken. In February 2007, Michelle grew suspicious. She noticed Martin behaving oddly and decided to check his phone records. She repeatedly saw Gypsy's name and number. So she confronted him about the affair. He admitted to it and promised to end the relationship with Gypsy on one condition: Michelle had to work on herself, specifically her appearance. He asked her to have a facelift. At first, she was hesitant. She felt she needed to prepare for the surgery, as she had high blood pressure and wanted to address that first. However, he reassured her that everything would be fine. Reluctantly, she agreed, hoping the facelift might improve their marriage. Then, they met the surgeon, who would perform the surgery. Just moments before Michelle was put under anesthesia, Martin pulled the doctor aside and handed him a detailed list of medications to prescribe. He assured the doctor that he would personally oversee Michelle's recovery. Trusting Martin's medical expertise, the surgeon agreed without any hesitation. The operation was a success, and the doctor prescribed the medications as Martin had requested. However, these medications were dangerous when combined. The doctor assuming Martin would manage them properly, so he has no reason to worry. On April 3, 2007, Martin brought Michelle home from the hospital. She was heavily sedated, her eye was bandaged, and Martin took care of her. Their eldest daughter, 22-year-old Alexis McNeil, was studying to become a doctor, following in her father's footsteps. On April 10, 2007, she returned home for the holidays and to care for her mother, Michelle, who was recovering from surgery. She immediately noticed that her mother looked unwell and wanted to help. But Martin refused to let her. He asked Alexis to leave the bedroom, insisting that he would take care of Michelle himself. The next morning, Alexis found her mother in a state of exhaustion, lethargic like a zombie. She confronted her father, Martin, and he admitted he might have given Michelle too many pills. He explained that Michelle had vomited, so he gave her additional doses. Shocked that her father, a doctor, was mishandling her mother's medication, she insisted on taking over the responsibility of administering the pills. In private, Michelle confided in Alexis, asking to touch each pill before taking it. With her vision obscured by bandages, she relied on the unique markings on the pills to identify them. Michelle revealed she didn't trust Martin, believing he was up to something sinister. She even pulled Alexis close and said that if anything happened to her, Martin will be the one to take responsibility. Michelle recovered quickly, allowing Alexis to rest and continue her studies in medical school. The last time she spoke to Michelle on the phone was at 8:45 a.m. on April 11, 2007. When Alexis asked Michelle how she felt about Martin, Michelle responded happily, saying he was sweet and loving. She reassured Alexis there was nothing to worry about. However, Alexis unable to shake a sense of foreboding that something was wrong. During the morning of April 11, 2007, Martin left for work as usual. He then picked up his youngest daughter, Ada, from school at around 11:35 a.m. When they got home, he told Ada to go find her mother, Michelle, while he started preparing dinner in the kitchen. Little girl ran through the house calling out for her mom, but received no response. Eventually, she checked their bedroom, but her mother wasn't there. Thinking her mom might be taking a bath, little girl headed to the bathroom. She stumbled upon a horrifying scene that would haunt her forever. She found her mother, fully clothed, lying face down in the bathtub. The water had turned a reddish-brown color. Shocked and terrified, she screamed and called for her father, Martin. When he arrived, he told Ada to go get help from a neighbor, while he worked to get Michelle out of the tub. Then, Martin made a series of calls to 911. Some calls were abruptly disconnected, while in others, he claimed to be a doctor performing CPR on his wife, only to hang up again. These unusual behaviors prompted the 911 dispatcher to keep recordings. Shortly after the discovery of Michelle's body, Martin's son Damien and Damien's girlfriend, Eileen, arrived at the house. Martin speculated that Michelle might have overdosed on medication and passed out in the tub. However, instead of checking the medication himself, he insisted that Eileen flush the pills down the toilet and dispose of the packaging. The medical examiner concluded that Michelle had died from a heart attack, and police reports classified her death as unnatural. On the afternoon of April 11, 2007, Alexis received a strange message from her father, Martin. He mentioned that Michelle wasn't getting out of bed and asked Alexis to call her. When Alexis tried, Martin answered and said that Michelle was now in the bathroom, not breathing, and that he had called an ambulance. He then hung up abruptly, without waiting for her reaction. Alexis, one of the last people to learn about her mother's passing, hurried to Utah. She was deeply saddened by her mother's sudden passing, and she suspected that her father might be responsible. Her first reaction was to check how much medicine her mother had left, as she knew how many pills her mother had taken and how many should remain. However, Damien's girlfriend, Eileen, had thrown the pills away before she could check. The medical examiner concluded that Michelle had died from a heart attack, and police reports classified her death as unnatural. However, Alexis suspects that her father, Martin, is responsible for her mother's death. She confided everything to her older sister, Rachel, but no one wanted to believe that their father could harm their mother. Martin enjoyed taking risks and pushing boundaries. However, when he told his daughters to go to church and pray for God to send them a new nanny to care for the younger children, he crossed a line. Their mother had been buried only 3 days earlier, but the daughters obeyed their father and went to meet the nanny. The woman introduced herself, and Martin acted as though he was meeting her for the first time. In truth, he knew her very well. She was his mistress, Gypsy. She introduced herself as Jillian, but Alexis immediately recognized her as Gypsy Willis. Alexis warned her father, Martin, not to bring Gypsy into their home, but he ignored her. Less than a month after Michelle's funeral, Gypsy moved in with he. She didn't behave like a nanny at all. She didn't care for the children, clean, cook, or do any household tasks. Instead, she spent every night in Martin's bed. Rachel and Alexis questioned their father, Martin, demanding to know why this so-called nanny wasn't doing her job. However, he threatened to kick them out of the house if they didn't treat Gypsy well. With the help of their aunt, Michelle's sister, Rachel and Alexis cooperated with the police to investigate their mother's death. Meanwhile, Martin was scheming again. Gypsy is in debt, and Martin came up with a plan to solve it. He told her that creditors wouldn't be able to find her if she changed her identity, and he found a way to make it happen. Martin adopted a 16-year-old girl named Giselle, then sent her back to her biological family in Ukraine so Gypsy could steal her name and social security number. Then, he told Giselle that he would adopt her in the summer, but she never heard from him again. When Martin returned to Utah, he found a new home for his 3 other adopted daughters. A year later, Giselle's cousin, Gil, visited to check on her well-being. Upon arriving, Gil discovered that Giselle was living in extreme poverty with her biological family. Meanwhile, in the United States, Gypsy was living a comfortable life under Giselle's identity. Martin even altered his will, leaving everything to Gypsy. At times, he referred to Gypsy as his wife, while at other times, he claimed she was his daughter. When Gil brought the real Giselle back from Ukraine, Martin and Gypsy's fraudulent scheme involving fake documents was immediately exposed. In 2009, both pleaded guilty to federal charges and served time in separate prisons. While he was incarcerated, Rachel and Alexis tried to produce evidence of his involvement in the death of their mother, Michelle. The chief medical examiner agreed to review Michelle's toxicology report. Although each drug in her body is not toxic when taken individually, their combination can lead to death. The examiner also concluded that Michelle could not have taken the drugs on her own. As Rachel and Alexis investigated further, they uncovered the extent of Martin's lies. They discovered that his entire career was built on forged credentials. Adding to the scandal, Martin was still collecting disability payments from a brief stint in the military. Martin completed his prison sentence for fraud, forgery, and identity theft in July 2012. Perhaps he had plans to change himself, maybe become an astronaut, a nuclear physicist, or whatever his imagination could come up with. But he never got the chance. In August 2012, he was officially charged with the murder of Michelle. Tragically, Damien, one of Michelle's children, wasn't there to support Rachel and Alexis during this time. A few years after Michelle's death, ended his life. Rachel and Alexis testified against their father, Martin, thereby exposing all of his lies and fraud. It also came to light that he had begun sexually assaulting Alexis just 6 weeks after Michelle's murder. He was convicted of this assault in a separate trial. Years after Michelle's death, her family finally uncovered the truth they had been seeking. Martin had drugged Michelle with substances that were nearly undetectable, then left for work to establish his alibi. In 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of murder and sentenced. As for Gypsy, she was only charged with identity theft and has maintained a low profile since the trial. Michelle and Martin's daughters are determined to completely eliminate their father's negative influence and figure from their lives. Alexis got married and adopted her 3 younger sisters. She also changed her last name from McNeil to Summers, her mother's maiden name. Alexis explained that she didn't want to be Dr. McNeil. She wanted nothing to do with her father. The case of Marco Marialini. Marco Marialini was born on April 13, 1959, in the town of Brescia, Italy. His father worked as a builder, and his mother Maria Lini was a housewife. She was obsessed with cleanliness and constantly tidied the house. Everything had to be in its place, and any mess could cause her to have a nervous breakdown. Marco had an older sister who was 2 years older. After Marco was born, his mother felt overwhelmed and struggled to keep the house clean. She suffered from emotional distress and may have suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder, although she did not recognize her condition and never sought medical help. A month after Marco's birth, he was placed in the care of his paternal grandparents, where he lived for 2 years. His parents eventually brought him back home, believing their situation had improved and that they could handle the challenges of parenting. Once back home, Maria attempted to care for Marco, but he was very active and often caused trouble. He didn't listen to her and frequently threw tantrums. Frustrated, Maria sometimes lost her temper with him. Although Marco's father tried to step in during these conflicts, Maria dismissed his attempts. He is a calm and gentle man who always avoids conflicts with his wife to keep the peace. In the family of Marie, a serious incident occurred. The Maria was trying to calm Marco, who was throwing another tantrum for no apparent reason and wouldn't stop. In a moment of frustration, she grabbed him and accidentally threw him out of an open window. Marco fell several floors and miraculously caught on the clotheslines located below, which saved his life. As Marco grew older, he gained weight. He didn't go on diets or actively try to lose weight, but he felt uncomfortable in his larger body. During his teenage years, he began to compare himself to his friends and felt disgusted by any girl who weighed more than he did. Additionally, Marco wanted his girlfriend to have a strong sex drive, equal to his own. However, finding someone who met these criteria was challenging. Most of the girls he met were either too heavy or not up to his standards. Because of this, Marco had a hard time finding a partner until he was 19, when he met Lucia. Marco and Lucia met in 1978. Lucia was short and weighed 100 pounds, and Marco fell in love with her petite figure and sought a close relationship. However, when Lucia first undressed in front of Marco, he was disappointed in her figure. Despite this, Marco continued to date her because he appreciated her calm, modest, and composed demeanor. Meanwhile, he continued to search for his ideal partner. A few months after starting their relationship, Marco joined the army and was stationed in Pisa, Italy. Believing that he would quickly find new love elsewhere, he stopped contacting Lucia. After a few months, when Lucia started dating someone new, Marco realized that he didn't want to lose her. He contacted her again and even proposed. Marco admitted that he decided to marry Lucia because he thought he could change her to fit his preferences. They got married in 1980, and soon after, Marco focused on controlling Lucia's weight. He believed that 45 kilograms was too heavy for a woman, so Lucia agreed to go on a diet. Marco restricted her food intake and weighed her regularly. When she lost weight, he praised her and expressed his love. However, if she gained weight, he became extremely harsh. After a few months, Lucia reached a dangerously low weight of 33 kilograms, which made Marco happy. Then, unexpectedly, Lucia became pregnant despite her low weight. Marco accepted this and allowed her to eat freely, he realizing that she shouldn't be restricted during her pregnancy. As Lucia's belly began to grow, Marco became unhappy with it. Their intimacy began to falter. During this time, Marco often fantasized about women who were very thin, like skeletons. He often fantasized about being able to see the woman's spine. As Lucia entered her final months of pregnancy, Marco began dating other women, especially those who were not only thin but also anorexic. However, he soon realized that these women were not right for him. Because they have unpleasant personalities and, most importantly, lack interest in intimacy. They make their own choices about food and eating, which is contrary to Marco's desire to have complete control over his diet. In 1981, Lucia gave birth to a daughter, and a year later, their family welcomed their second child. After giving birth, Lucia gained a significant amount of weight, causing Marco to increasingly distance himself from her. He found her post-pregnancy body unattractive. He eventually decided to divorce her, wanting to ensure that their children would stay with their mother. The divorce was amicable. Marco then began looking for a new partner, a journey that lasted nearly 10 years. During this time, he opened his own antique shop. In 1994, dating through newspaper ads began to become popular. Marco, 35, posted an ad describing who he was looking for. A very thin woman, not anorexic, aged 18 to 50. He received responses from 21 women and invited them on a date. Among them, he was most interested in Monica, who was from Sicily and 5 years younger than him. She was 1.72 meters tall and weighed 45 kilograms. She was friendly and outgoing. Curious about Marco's unusual ad, she decided to respond. Monica and Marco began to see each other regularly. While Monica viewed their relationship as casual, Marco wanted something more serious. He tried to convince her to move in with him. After a while, Monica decided to move in with Marco. In the same year, he started facing challenges at work. He had fallen into debt, and his antique shop was losing money. To help him, Monica lent him 76 million lira, the amount for which she sold the house. This was a large sum, considering that the average salary in Italy at that time was around 2 million lira. Although Marco proposed to Monica, she rejected him. At first, they lived as a normal couple, but after a while, Marco began to interfere with her diet. He said that a 1.72 m tall girl weighing only 33 kilograms was beautiful. But he set her goal weight at 38 kilograms. Monica agreed, Marco still secretly hoping she would reach 33 kilograms. It is unclear why he set that number. Marco limited Monica's meals to once a day, usually consisting of a plate of green salad or vegetables. He monitored the food in their house, marking the cereal jars and making sure Monica did not eat anything without his knowledge. He weighed her several times that day and became angry if he noticed her gaining a significant amount of weight. If her weight increased, he would force her to vomit and sometimes resort to physical violence. On weekends, the couple often eats out. Marco enjoys a hearty meal, ordering an appetizer, a second course, and a dessert. Monica, on the other hand, limits herself to a vegetable salad without dressing or unsweetened green tea. This is her routine, even on holidays. After a few months of dieting, she reached her goal weight, but soon after, her weight started to climb to 40 kilograms. Monica kept her diet a secret from everyone, including her parents and friends. As she began to lose weight, her relatives noticed and began to ask about her health. To avoid their questions, she changed the subject and eventually isolated herself, cutting off all contact with her friends and ignoring their calls. Over time, her health deteriorated. She felt weak, had no motivation to get out of bed, and her period stopped. Monica was constantly hungry and obsessed with food. She resorted to stealing, sneaking small dry crackers that Marco never counted. One day, she even ate a whole raw onion. When the Marco discovered that food was missing, he punished Monica severely. He forced her to have sex, physically abused her, and made her sleep on the floor. After 2 years of enduring this treatment, Monica felt completely drained. She finally made the decision to leave the house. When she told Marco that she wanted to end their relationship and return to her parents, he responded by saying that she would have to kill him for that to happen. He then threatened her with brutal revenge if she attempted to escape. In the spring of 1996, Marco and Monica went to a restaurant. Marco ordered a plate of spaghetti, while Monica chose a green salad and asked for no oil or seasoning. While they were waiting for their food, Marco said he needed to go to the bathroom. After Marco left the table, Monica suddenly took his plate of spaghetti and started eating it ravenously. When Marco returned from the restroom, he became extremely angry at Monica's actions. He snatched the plate from her hands and demanded that she calm down. In response, Monica rushed into the restaurant's kitchen, where the cooks and waitstaff were busy. She grabbed a plate of food and began eating with her hands. Marco found her there and brought her back to their table. He shouted at her and then slapped her hard across the face. The restaurant staff and other customers were puzzled and merely watched the chaotic scene in silence. After returning home, Marco decided to punish Monica. He stripped her and told her to sleep on the floor while he went to the bedroom to sleep comfortably in his warm bed. That night, Monica picked up a heavy hammer and attacked Marco while he was sleeping, hitting him on the head before fleeing the house. Hours later, Marco woke up with a severe headache and saw blood near him. Realizing that Monica was gone, he ran to his neighbor, who called an ambulance. Marco was taken to the hospital. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured and recovered fairly quickly. The police arrested Monica and took her into custody. During the interrogation, Marco defended Monica, acknowledging that he had been cruel to her. Marco said that there had been some misunderstandings in their relationship and that they would work things out. At trial, Monica was found guilty and sentenced to 2 years of house arrest. She then moved to her parents' home in Domodossola, a city in northern Italy, 200 kilometers away from Marco's home. During her house arrest, Monica was still able to use a phone. Although she never contacted Marco, he called her regularly. At first, he seemed concerned, showing concern for her well-being. However, over time, his calls became too frequent. During one conversation, Marco confessed that he could not live without her and wanted to see her again. Monica rejected his advances, but he persisted. In 1997, Marco wrote and published his first book, The Anorexia Hunter. The original cover photo that Marco chose featured a healthy, chubby man holding a skinny woman. He based the characters on the American cartoon Popeye the Sailor. However, due to copyright issues, Marco was unable to use the image, so the publisher released the book with a different cover. Marco has publicly stated that the book is an autobiography that reflects his real life. He expressed that he felt deprived of love and care since he was a child. He has a complicated relationship with his mother. Although he hates her, he sometimes feels affection for her. Marco describes his father as a weak and indecisive man. Marco wrote about his relationship with Lucia in the book he called Monica Barbara. He discussed the theme of control and power over girls. According to the story, the author killed Barbara. During the book's launch, Marco publicly declared himself a monster who needed to be stopped. An editorial writer who was present at the event found Marco's tone very offensive. After reading the book, the editorial writer went to the police to express his concerns. However, the police dismissed his report, believing that Barbara's murder was completely fictional. At the time, Marco had no criminal record, making it impossible to charge him based solely on the content of his book. When Marco's autobiography was released, Monica was still under house arrest for another year. Marco sent her a signed copy of his book with the message, "Love and Hate." He continued to call her, and Monica recorded their conversations on a dictaphone. Concerned about his mental health, she urged Marco to see a doctor. During his therapy sessions, Marco opened up about his obsessive thoughts and troubling fantasies, revealing the truth about his life. He was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for several weeks, but after his treatment, he returned home feeling disillusioned with medicine, realizing that the medication had not helped him. In 1998, Monica, who was 29 years old, was finally released from house arrest and allowed to travel around the country. Marco continued to contact her, pleading for a meeting. Although Monica initially refused, she realized that he wouldn't give up easily. Eventually, she agreed to one last meeting with him but specified her conditions. It had to be during the day in a crowded place. On July 14, 1998, Monica met Marco at a small beach in Verbania on the shores of Lake Maggiore, where young couples were swimming and sunbathing. They talked for a while, but then Marco began to pressure her to return to their previous relationship. Monica stood firm in her refusal, and in response, Marco started to threaten her. Monica and Marco were sitting on the shore when she suddenly stood up and ran away. Marco quickly caught up with her and knocked her to the ground. She screamed for help, but he covered her mouth with his hand. Although there were many witnesses, no one intervened. Marco then took out a knife and stabbed Monica 22 times, killing her on the spot. The witnesses called the police, but by the time the ambulance and police arrived, Marco had already swum out to sea. Officers using a lifeboat on the beach caught Marco. During questioning, Marco admitted to his crime, claiming that he had no intention of killing Monica. He said that he came to the beach hoping to convince her to return to the relationship. If she refused, he planned to kidnap her using his car parked nearby. Police found ropes, chains, knives, locks, and duct tape, suggesting a premeditated plan that ultimately failed. Marco denied wanting to run away after the murder. He mentioned that he tried to end his life but failed. During the investigation, comic book drawings were discovered in his home. In these drawings, he depicted himself as a large ball and the girl as a thin line. His artwork expressed mockery towards women. During his conversation with the journalist, Marco showed no remorse for his crime, stating that he felt he had no other option and did what he had to do. However, Marco acknowledged that he posed a danger to society. Marco Mariolini was found to be sane and guilty of murder, he receiving a 30-year prison sentence. While incarcerated, there was a time when he refused to eat, took laxatives, and lost weight down to 44 kilograms, but later he regained it. He was a problematic inmate, starting a fire in his cell and causing minor trouble for the guards. As a result, he was transferred to different prisons multiple times. Marco wrote letters claiming he should not be released because he would kill again, but he later denied this and then wrote similar letters once more. Italian director Matteo Rone was inspired by Marco's horror stories to create the film First Love, released in 2004. Although it did not receive major awards, it drew attention to Marco's past. In 2021, there was an article written about Marco's early release, and it was revealed that he had been transferred to a mental hospital. In late 2002, journalists approached Marco for an interview. During the interview, he expressed a desire to forget his past experiences with women. The journalists noticed that he seemed confused, often unable to answer their questions. His mental state may have been affected by the effects of medication.